take that honey for analysis to be full of residues, it will not get out of the country. It will continue killing people slowly in this country, and that is one of our problems. And then, it's like us in the family. Every one of us has a store. We build houses, and we make sure every house has a store. And in that store, we put beans, we put rice, we put fruits. We have depleted the bee food. Even if we press our hives out there and there is no bee flora, you can be sure there is no honey. I think this is a long story. I can see my sister is behind me because you have touched my heart. I love bees. I also keep the stingless bees within my compound because they don't sting and they make honey. But what is happening to these bees? They have disappeared. Yes. Those days, you used to tell people, if you hear a swarm in the air, you lie flat on the ground. It is no longer a statement to be said to anybody because the bee population has declined seriously and the bee movement has been interfered with. I'm glad that we have people from the Ministry of Agriculture here. We need to engage more to bring back our bees, for us to make honey, for us to enjoy pollination service, because if a farmer is growing watermelons in a 50-acre plot, and there are no bees, there will be no fruit set. So we have issues that we have to deal with as a country. There's need for education. We conduct classes on pollination ecology here. Maybe we need to think about this in future, Paris.
Yes.
Because this is a heavy
topic.
A heavy topic.
And you are passionate about it, and we may stay here for long.
Oh yes, let me go.
Thank you. Please, let's give a big hand clap to the professor. Yes, Dr. Orembo, thank you for the question, but I want to assure you that if you want to talk about bees for the next 3 days, the professor is ready from any angle. And I want to thank her so much for being willing to share with us the knowledge. And thank you also for enlightening us that there can be no seed without the pollination service. So even as we do agroecology and as we do our farming, we think about the host plants that these bees stay in, and also the forage plants that they require to use when there are no crops on farm. So thank you very much, and now in view of time, I want to welcome our second speaker, the keynote speaker. Our second keynote speaker is Dr. Destirio Nyamongo. Dr. Destirio Nyamongo is the director, Gary, and Gary is the Genetic Resource Research Institute. How many of us know about Gary? Hands up. Gary, so yes, it's the Genetic Research Resource Institute, and it is one of the directorates of the Kenya the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. So welcome, Dr. Nyamongo, and you can have your 15 minutes. Thank you.
Wakubwa wenzangu, wakulima wenzangu, my colleagues, I don't know how to say that in Kiswahili. Salamu alaikum. Now, asubuhi tumeanza na national anthem, alafu tukawa na anthem ya East Africa. I want us, before I give my presentation, tukuwe na anthem ya kutoka Kisii yenye nazungumzia mambo ya mimea. Ni wangapi wamesikia huo wimbo? Amaemba baba matoro. How many have heard that? Nobody. Hakuna Mugizi hapa. Hakuna. Kayamba Afrika haijafanya kazi. Maemba baba matogoro. Tuendelee, nasikia kuna wengine. Maemba baba matogoro. Matogoro baba matengene nyangweso. Good. Turi nyangweso te boria. Now, I was told I only have 15 minutes, and now that you don't know that anthem, let me go to my presentation. The song is talking about the diversity in sorghum, the diversity in millets. The millets belong to my mother, the sorghum belongs to my father. That's what that song talks about. The sorghum to the father because siyo ni ya kutengeneza pombe. A millet ni ya ugali. Now I was asked to talk about the conservation of genetic resources and the seed production in Kenya. Now, if Prof is passionate about pollinators, Nyamongo is passionate about genetic resources that include seed that we have in the country. Next. Now, the first question was, who knows Gary? And all your hands were down. Let me spend a little bit of time here to introduce who Gary is, the Genetic Resources Research Institute. As currently constituted, it was established by the CALD Act 2013, and is one of the semi-autonomous institutes of the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. We are based in Muguga. Our precursor is the former National Gene Bank of Kenya. The idea to have that gene bank established was mooted in the 70s. And the reason for thinking to establish it was because we were beginning to lose the land races, the farmer varieties, having introduced the hybrids from the late 60s to the early 70s. Now, towards the late 70s, scientists realized that the land races that they used to develop the elite varieties were disappearing from the farming system. So the idea to have a gene bank established to conserve that diversity, especially the maize diversity, was mooted. So in the then Federal Republic of Germany was 1983, in two phases. The first phase, which was to improve the conservation facilities in various then commodity research centers that belonged to the Ministry of Agriculture, and the second phase to establish the central facility that we have now in Muguga, which became operational in 1988. Now from 1988, farmers wetu hawajui kama tuko na gene bank yenye na conserve tegedigo maize ile Wakikuyu now cannot get. Ama umkomoni from Kisi of which is the finger millet land race that you may not be able to find now in the farming system. So that facilities for conservation of the farmer land races, the wild relatives of plants. Kumustuni mumeona mimea ingine inakaa kama sorghum, lakini sio sorghum. Si ni kweli? Ama umepanda millet in your field, alafu na mimea ingine inaonekana kama millet lakini sio millet. Wakisi wanaita mabanjore. Wakikuyu wanaita nini? Waluya? Lusike? You don't know? Pole sana. So those are the wild relatives of the crops that we grow. We conserve those wild relatives also because scientists use them to get the genes to impart resilience against diseases, against pests in the crops that the elite varieties that will have been developed. Next. Why then do we conserve? Why were we established to conserve? Now, you use the genetic resources to improve livestock breeds. You use those genetic resources to improve, just like I said, the crops. Those genetic resources, the same genetic resources, are what constitutes your feed. Right now, there are a lot of livestock dying in the arid and semi-arid areas. Do you know why? It's not climate change. Nyamongo and Kimani have moved to the wet pockets of the arid and semi-arid areas, and we are producing maize which it doesn't produce anyway because it is hit up by the drought. And those wet pockets, Mungu alisiweka huku ndio the herdsmen wapeleke ng'ombe zao na mbuzi zao huku. But because of our not very good policies, we have moved there. The reason is that population imeenda juu, sasa hatuna shamba. Ni kweli, there are countries in this world whose land mass is much smaller than Kenya's arable land, the 20%, and yet they are able to produce enough food. We need to relook at our policies, look at ourselves in the face, and start telling us where have we gone wrong, so that we do things in the manner that posterity will cherish. Otherwise, all of us now as a people are living today. I don't know where our children are going to live tomorrow. Next slide. So that's why we conserve, because they are disappearing. Climate change is coming and destroying our diversity, so we must get them and conserve them ex situ. And yet, they are disappearing because of those reasons. Professor talked about deforestation, discriminately going to the forest and destroying our forests because we need firewood. But if we think outside the box, we can know how to get fire without destroying our forests. There are droughts, so there's overgrazing, and those genetic resources disappear. Agricultural development. I've already said that in the 70s, when we started improving and breeding high-yielding varieties, so farmers abandoned the land races and it started disappearing. Now there are floods, there is pollution, and because I don't want you to skin me alive, let me also agree with you that population pressure is a reason, but I'm not sure whether it is. Next. Now, what are the components of genetic resources then? We have plants, which are the facilities are aging, they need renovation, but they are there anyway. So we have catered for our plant diversity a little bit, although, as I will share with you again later, we haven't done very well. Now, animal genetic resources is another forgotten area. I don't know whether we have livestock researchers here. Those Olembo, Daktari, when I was young, and I know by that time you were a big girl, we used to have a highland zebu that with all the ticks in the body, they could still give us 2 liters of milk per milking. Those zebus are no longer there. The ones that are there, if they are able to give you a glass, now we didn't conserve that because of animal improvement. Now, the few that are still remaining, I think we need to hurry and have them conserved. The pollinators, the insects, she talked about the pollinators, but there are so many other useful insects, the natural enemies of our pests and diseases. The microbes that this plant diversity depend on and the animal diversity depend on. The fish in the lake and the sea, all those genetic resources, nobody's addressing them at the moment. Now there are various approaches to conservation of genetic resources. You can either conserve where they naturally occur, which we refer to as in situ conservation, or you carry them away like Nyamongo does and conserves them up in Muga, which is ex situ conservation. Now, in situ conservation in Kenya is largely by default. We have protected areas, and we believe that the wild relatives of crops and the other useful plants that occur in those protected areas are safe. What about when we have drought like now, and yet we have the big five grazing? The big five, no, the lions don't graze, but those herbivores that also graze. So they will also be overgrazed and stand at danger of being eliminated. So we need to think again, to give some thought on how to ensure that our wild plant diversity that is out there, how do we make deliberate effort to conserve them in situ? So otherwise, our national parks, national reserves, World Heritage Sites, because they're protected areas and all the materials are there, we assume our materials are safe, which may not be necessarily the case. Last hivyo, then you can move those genetic resources from where they are, usipeleke mahali ingine, usihifadhi huku. That is ex situ conservation. I've not finished with the previous slide, and the various components of ex situ conservation. Then you can conserve them as seed in a seed bank, or in vitro in tissue culture. I think very many of us are aware of the tissue culture, banana and other crops. So you arrest the growth of that tissue before it becomes a full plantlet, and then slow down the growth so that that assists you to conserve it. Or for those species that do not produce seed like banana, or whose seeds do not survive the drying. Their seeds, if you dry them very much, you kill the embryo, you kill the seed. It will not germinate again. A mango is an example. So those ones, you can conserve them in field gene banks. That's still ex situ conservation. But we also employ other approaches to conserving. We conserve with the farmers. When you are conserving land races with the farmer in their fields, that one is considered as in situ conserving the materials on site, because it continues benefiting from the natural evolution. So farm community seed banks and the farm field gene banks are some of the approaches again we can employ. In Kenya, we have a few examples where we have conserved with communities. I know we have friends here from the seed savers. They're in Gilgil, and they have networks throughout the country. We recently established 3 community seed banks in Western Kenya, one in Vihiga County, another one in Kisumu, about 2 in Kisumu County. So that's another approach to conserving genetic resources. Next. Now then, where are we in terms of conservation now at the Genetic Resources Research Institute? We now hold close to 51,000 different ecotypes of or samples of plant species. The list is led by cereals, mahindi, wimbi, mtama. Those are the cereals, followed by the forage grass, the natural grass that grows naturally in the wild. We have about 10,000 samples of forage grass, 6,000 of pulses. The pulses include the beans, the peas, mbaazi, green grams, and zinginezo. So to date, we have managed to conserve about 51,000 samples. That is comprised of close to 2,000 species. Now, the botanists here at NMK will tell you Kenya has about 7,500 or thereabout different plant species. So we have just scratched the surface in terms of capturing our total plant diversity. Those are representing about 221 families and 1030 genera. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah, now this slide here is sharing with you the top 10 families. The grass family, followed by the legume family, the moringa family, and so on and so forth. Next. Now, in terms of genera, we have sorghum tends to lead the pack. Now, sorghum is so much because as a gene bank, we do not only conserve Kenyan material, we also have a mandate to conserve all collections of sorghum from the whole of Africa, the African sorghum and the finger millet. That's why we have those many samples. Next slide. I'm sure the moderator is saying time is going before I even talk about seed. The genetic status, the land races are about 12,000. World relatives of plants are 4,000. Advanced cultivars, which again may have become tired and gone back to become land races, about 2,000. Breeders' lines, 700. We have an undeclared 32,000 accessions where either the donations or the people who collected never confirmed to us which category they belong to. Next. Now, what are the gaps then? I did indicate plants, we are yet to effectively cover them. Animal, we are very far. We are yet to start. Microbial genetic resources, nothing. Insect genetic resources, aquatic genetic resources, bado. And unfortunately, we are heavily donor dependent. This is our heritage, and we want the donors to support, to continue supporting us. We need to make an effort so that we are able to take care of our genetic diversity ourselves. Otherwise, we expose the materials to the international community. Next. Now, seed production in Kenya. We basically have two systems. Next. There's basically two seed systems in the country. The informal seed, which dates back to when agriculture started. Sure, you cannot put a date when it started. It started with agriculture. When man abandoned the gathering and the hunting, and started settling and collecting seed, that's when that system started. That's been with that for that long. Now the formal seed system started in the 20th century here in Kenya. And our first city company was Kenya City Company, which was established in 1956. And it enjoyed the monopoly until 1996, when the sector was liberalized. So now very many city companies have been registered, have come up, about 200, 7 of which are actively in the production of cereals, pulses, and the oil crops. Next. The informal seed system. This one is farmer driven. Hii ni system ya mkulima. Amekaa nayo, inherited from the forefathers, and the farmer, he or she is running with it. Here in Kenya, we neither recognize it nor support it. Has kept it going. It is unregulated. There are no regulations. Farmers know how they go around identifying quality seed on their own, but there are no regulations saying it has to be certified or something like that. But the good thing is, it caters for 80% of the seed share in the country. Now it thrives in diversity, and it addresses almost all the crops that we grow in the country. It caters for all those crops. It is study diverse, so that we inject quality to it. I believe we need some form of regularization. It needs to be regulated so that we can benefit from seed quality. By the way, I'm a seed scientist. The potential of the seed to bear its genetic potential, it is high yielding. The gene that particular variety holds is that it is high yielding, or it is drought resistant, tolerant, or pest tolerant, or disease resistant. For it to realize that potential, the quality has to start when it is on the mother plant. How well you feed it, you feed the plant that is going to give you that seed, will determine how effective it will be in terms of expressing that genetic potential. You get it wrong from that stage, it has the gene, yes, but you will not realize the full potential. So it is start early. Just as Professor said, good pollination. If you don't pollinate it very well, then you start having, you lose pollinators, then you don't have quality seed. And that's now the quality that Prof was talking about when she was here. When it is still on that mother plant, that's when it attains the capacity to express the full potential, the full genetic potential. Next. Now the formal seed system is industry driven, unlike the other one that is farmer driven. It's of course recognized and supported by industry. It's highly regulated. There is seed certification, there is protection of varieties and so on. There are regulations on for you to be able to do business in that industry. There are regulations that there are rules and regulations you have to follow. Say regulated. It serves about 20, the share in the market is about 20%. And our estimate currently is that our seed companies produce close to 50,000 metric tons. So you can calculate how much is the informal, which we have refused to give a lot of attention to. How much of it is we are using. So we need to start changing our thinking about that informal seed. It's strictly homogeneous in terms of genetic diversity, quality assured, and it's taking care of only a few crops. It's not, that's not been able to address all the crops because seed business is an enterprise. If it's not giving you returns, you will not invest in it. So for those crops that tukipatia mkulima mbegu mwaka huu na atakaa nayo mwaka 10 akiendelea kupanda hiyo mbegu tu, how do I make money? So I will not be interested in that. So we need, that's why in going to eat, we know we may not going to eat to make money, but we are going in to regulate it, to inject quality, so that we improve our food security. Next. Now, it's not just lamentations. There is good news that is coming. At least now there's light at the end of the tunnel. In the global scene, there's the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. And Kenya is a signatory to that treaty, and we are in the process of domesticating the treaty. The treaty is about regulating access and the use and the sharing of benefits arising from the use of plant genetic resources that are for food and agriculture. Article 9 of that treaty recognizes farmers' rights to save and use their seed, and recognizes their right to be involved in decision making. Here in Kenya we call it public participation. So in trying to domesticate that treaty, as we were developing our Kenya 2010 constitution, we infused in clauses that took the concerns of that treaty into the Kenya constitution. So Article 11B, I think, something like that, which again recognizes farmers' rights. In 2012 and 2016, the Seed and the Plant Varieties Act was amended. Now I moved very fast to what's happening at the national level, to again take on board the concerns of farmers' rights. We currently have in draft form regulations that we think will effect the amendments of 2012 and 2013, so that now farmers will start reaping the full benefit of that Article 9 of the treaty and what is provided for in the Kenya Constitution 2010. Again, at the regional level, at AU and the neighboring countries, there's a lot of, we have started embracing now that alternative seed system, and that's what we are largely at the moment referring as to the farmer managed system, where we need, as currently Kenya is revising its seed policy. About a week ago, we were in Naivasha reviewing the policy, and there are very good suggestions that were being made to recognize what is formally used to first the informal seed system, and look at what you can do to it so that it can effectively serve us and ensure that this country does not continue talking of farming again. Next. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you too.
I thought there were more stories to tell you.
Thank you, and a clap to Dr. Nyamongo. Yes, thank you for telling us that there is some light at the end of the tunnel on farmer managed seed systems, and that there is something that you're doing. We are looking forward to interacting with you on that. And I would want as a question to tell us what is being done, because you've told us it's unrecognized and unregulated. So what is being done so that it can be recognized? Thank you. I want to ask if there are any questions, and I will as well take two, and I will take the first hand up. Any questions to Dr. Nyamongo on farmer managed seed systems and the seed saving culture in Kenya from his presentation? Yeah. Okay, yeah, there are two. We will just have the two, and please be short, ask a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Dr. David Yamudathi. I'm the Executive Director of Vision Africa Trust. I think you've asked me a question of which I'll make a contribution on Friday, particularly at the continental level. What is being done to recognize farmer-managed seed systems? And the good news is that the African Union Commission has come up with a harmonized framework of looking at how we can make our seed systems more robust, substantive, and inclusive. So on Friday, I'll be talking of the next step of how that has been done, and some of the elements that we have looked at to be considered in the review of our own national seed policy. And the meeting we had, as is mentioned in the Naivasha last week, has been very much in the right direction and showing how the government, and particularly the Ministry of Agriculture, is looking at this issue so that we fall as well. So thank you very much. I just wanted to make that remark, and on Friday I'll talk a bit more on this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Take the other question so that you do both.
Thank you, Bwana Daktari. I just came in late, and I'm interested in knowing something about the informal and formal seeds. And from what you say, you're a seed scientist. My concern with seeds, maybe it's from my layman perspective, is this. You tell us, you give us improved seeds. And what I know about a seed should be able to multiply. Once you give me, I can replant it and replant it. Now, we have the informal seeds which we can replant, and we still get production. But now the seeds that are scientifically claimed to be improved, we find that they cannot do that. That's why I always ask myself, are they truly improved or worsened seeds?
Thank you. Dr. Nyamongo, please respond to the two.
They are extremely improved. But like any well-bambered child, for her, the environment must be also good. All right? Now, most improved varieties, I'm talking here about the hybrids, are high demanding in terms of resources, the nutrition, the fertilizing, and so on and so forth. So if you don't give them that, you will not realize that potential. They have been improved. There is a section of the market that will serve what we used to call the high potential areas. Now, for the marginal areas, what scientists do is that they make varieties that are composite. They are not hybrids, so they do not deteriorate in terms of segregation so fast. Those ones can be useful material for particularly farmers in the marginal areas where they can then be able to recycle the seed. Those are for composites, not hybrids. Hybrids you can't recycle for a long time. Then you lose the I don't know what the breed is called. What is it? What is it? Hybrid what? Huh? the vigor, they lose the vigor. But for composites, you can survive. For open pollinated varieties, they can survive with the farmer recycling for a few seasons before they go back to, there's no seed that you can use forever. Now, this tells you what our forefathers used to do. My mother could go early before harvesting, identify plants that were, actually, they were identified during the growing season, and identified as plants, specific plants that will supply seed for the next season, all right? Now, if you harvest indiscriminately and just have your seed, then the quality of that seed starts going down. So for open pollinated varieties, the inbreeding varieties, a farmer, even for the improved varieties, can be able to recycle seed for a number of seasons before it deteriorates. But for, again, depending on how that farmer is handling it, because there are, again, other factors in terms of quality, disease and pest infestation, so which again deteriorates the quality in the process. But for hybrids, which are largely meant for high potential areas, they lose the hybrid vigor quite fast, and that's why the farmer has to continue recycling. Now, those are some of the things that we want to think about in infusing quality in the farmer managed seed system. How do you ensure that in that seed system, then the quality component is also taken on board?
Thank you.
Have I answered your question?
Yes, I think so, because the composites and those others that you've mentioned are deep science, and we are a mixture of farmers.
Composites ni ile umechukua chini nyingi umeweka pamoja kupatia plant.
We need to clap for you, and we also want to thank you before you go. So we will be having more in-depth sessions where deep science can be deep and farmer science can be discussed. And we want to thank you, Dr. Nyamongo, for making such a good presentation. And because of time, we will not allow any more questions. I want to welcome our third keynote speaker this afternoon. And I want to invite Dr. Martin Oulu. Dr. Martin Oulu is the coordinator ISFA, and he's also a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, Kabete campus. And I welcome him on stage so that he can make his presentation. Yes, we are having a small technical challenge, but I think the people responsible will come and handle it. Please come so that we know whether this is working. IT, the pen. So, thank you. You can briefly introduce yourself. I think it has a challenge.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Oh, it's this one. Thanks. Thank you very much, Dr. Paris, for the introduction. My name is Martin Oulu. I coordinate the ISFA. So ISFA is the Intersectoral Forum on Agrobiodiversity and Agroecology, which is a forum that brings together different stakeholders from government, civil society, private sector, research and academia, who are interested in issues of promotion of agrobiodiversity and agroecology. Those are big terms. I'm told this is a session where we shouldn't use such big terms, so I try to break them down a little bit. Next slide, please. So ISFA as a forum is supported by GIZ and Biovision, and we work very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture, which is our secretariat. The next slide. So yeah, agrobiodiversity is just a big term to refer to part of biodiversity that we use for food and agriculture. And as Professor said, you know, a lot of times when we think about food, agriculture, we tend to think, you know, specifically about those that we eat. But of course, there are other parts of biodiversity that are very key, very critical to agricultural productivity that we don't specifically eat, but they provide what we call ecosystem services, like the bees that Professor mentioned. So agrobiodiversity is all these different types, variety and variability that we use to enhance agricultural productivity. The next slide. So yeah, there's a lot of, you know, we can talk a lot about, you know, why we need agrobiodiversity, why they're important. I won't go so much into this, but of course, they are part and parcel of what we need to be able to achieve food and nutrition security. Next slide. And of course, when we talk about you know, biodiversity and agrobiodiversity, they are part of what we call ecosystem services, which are the benefits that we derive from, you know, the environment and biodiversity. And from here, you can see when we talk about supporting services, things like soil formation, which is very key for agriculture. Fertile and healthy soils is very key. Provisioning, we need food, we need fresh water, wood and fiber. All these we get from biodiversity. Climate regulation, can you go back to the previous slide, please? Climate regulation, we always complain about, you know, climate is changing, but if we conserve our biodiversity, we're then able to regulate the climate, floods, diseases, water purification, and so on. And also cultural. I think this is all very key, and I'm very happy that the National Museum, you know, which is in charge of protecting our cultural and natural heritage, is taking this very seriously. Now, all these ecosystem services contribute to these different aspects of, you know, well-being, security, health, freedom of choice and action, and so on. The next slide. But of course, how we practice our agriculture is very important. So even though agriculture is key in terms of solving our food and nutrition security, looking after our health, the way in which we practice our agriculture could also have certain negative impacts. And so agriculture is one of the major drivers of, you know, degradation of a lot of the aspects of our planetary boundaries. Things to do with the biodiversity, all this use of fresh water and so on. So that's why we need to relook or rethink about how we produce our food, because then we contribute to some of these challenges like climate change, biodiversity loss, and so on, which are very key in, you know, ensuring that we are able to produce our food sustainably. Next slide. I promised to break down some of these key terms. So agroecology is, you know, the application of not only ecological but also social principles in our farming system. So it's about looking at how we produce our food to ensure that even as we try to produce more food, we also do it in a manner that, you know, preserves the bees population, for example, enhances, soil health and so on, because then it has implications in terms of the sustainability of our food systems, but also issues to do with our health, not only environmental health, but also human health. So if we produce our food in a manner that uses a lot of chemicals, for example, that is one of the ways in which we lead to the decline of the bee populations, for example. And this also has implication in terms of our human health, because we then consume this food. And depending on how we produce it, it can have negative implications on our health. So agroecology essentially tries to encourage us to adopt farming systems and practices that conserve the environment and biodiversity on the one hand, but also is able to feed the world, as they say. The next slide. So I won't go so much into these details, but these are some of the principles and practices of agroecology that we need to think of when we are trying to transition our food systems to a more environmental and biodiversity friendly system. And you can see here that biodiversity is a key aspect here. And that, of course, includes agrobiodiversity, where our seeds, indigenous seeds, come into play. The next slide. So when we talk about seeds, the previous speakers have talked about, the sort of two different systems, the formal and informal seed system. And the informal seed system, where our indigenous seeds, are found, % of the seeds that we use. And so tries to look at our food and seed systems and ensure that local communities are able to have and take control of how their food and seeds are produced. And agroecology, which I just mentioned, encourages that we ensure that we are food sovereign and we are also seed sovereign. So food and seed sovereignty are key aspects of food and nutrition security, because whoever controls your food, whoever controls your seed, then controls your food system. And so we should not only look at how we produce the seeds and the food, but next slide. So I just give you a brief background about some of the regulations or governance systems related to seeds. So we have the UN Declaration on Human Rights, which gives rural communities the right to be able to protect their indigenous traditional seeds, indigenous knowledge, and so on. So this is probably the latest international instrument since 2018. But we also have the SDGs, which are international commitments that we as Kenya have signed on to and pursue. And SDG 2 about hunger, if you look at some of the indicators, it's about maintaining the genetic diversity of cultivated plants and farmed domestic animals and so on. And these are some of the targets that we're looking at under that SDG 2. The next slide. Dr. Nyamongo already mentioned the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. And what I like about this is it mentions these farmers' rights, which are some of these that are highlighted here. And I just want to mention here, farmers have the right to exchange, sell their farm-saved seeds. And the key thing about this treaty is that it is the responsibility of governments to ensure that farmers enjoy these rights. So I think that is a very key message that we need to take out of this. We have the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, or TRIPS, under the WTO. And the idea here is that it introduces what we call the plant breeders' rights. So those who breed, plants have some sort of rights. The intellectual rights needs to be protected. So there's always this misconception, I think, that these things, the TRIPS, we have to follow them. But of course, I'm sure, like anywhere, opinions differ. There are those who say that the TRIPS simply provide minimum standards which countries can, either adopt or not. And I think that is a very important message that we need to take, that even though we have these TRIPS, but essentially countries have the leeway to decide what sort of standards they're going to implement. So that therefore leaves us with room to be able to develop regulations and policies that essentially gives farmers these rights to enjoy these farmers' rights. And the idea of farmers' rights is always a way of counterbalancing the intellectual property rights of private stakeholders. So as much as plant breeders have their rights, farmers also have their rights. And in any democracy, we should be able to respect the rights of both farmers as well as private investors. Next slide, please. So this is a very important convention, the UPOV Convention, that sort of guides the plant breeders' rights. And it uses this system called DUS, distinct, uniform, and stable. So for you to have your, as a plant breeder, you must show that your innovation is distinct, uniform, and stable. And Kenya is a party to this, so we are bound by these, the UPOV Convention. There are those who claim or, castigate the UPOV for all these things. I don't want to mention all of them. This is from Grain 2021. But despite the potential negative impacts of the UPOV Convention in terms of indigenous seeds or farmer-managed seed systems, I would agree with Anderson here that these does not apply to traditional varieties. And so the restrictions that it puts in terms of the DUS should not and cannot apply to the traditional varieties, which are in many cases open source and so on. And so that means we should be able to find a way of recognizing, protecting, and certifying traditional varieties or indigenous varieties using a system that is not necessarily DUS. The next slide. So nationally, what are some of the policies and regulations that guide us? So we have the Constitution here, and my, law, basic law 101 tells me that the Constitution is supreme, right? And so anything that is not in accord with the Constitution is unconstitutional, right? Well, you're moving fast. Can you go back to the previous slide? So Article 11.3b of our Constitution says that Parliament shall enact legislation to recognize and protect the ownership of indigenous seeds and plant varieties, their genetic and character. So essentially, the Constitution 2010 already provides us with this protection. All we need to do is exploit it. But we also have the National Seed Policy, which identifies or recognizes both formal and informal seed sector. So I would disagree with Daktari that it's not recognized. Although, as we'll see later, there are challenges to that. Sorry? It mentions. All right. And then we have this, the Plant Variety Act, which tries to sort of implement the policy, the seed policy. But unfortunately, when it comes to the act, then it sort of forgets that the policy mentioned that we have two sort of systems, the informal, what we call the farmer managed seed systems, and then the informal and the formal. So the act then goes on to, you know, provide regulations for the formal seed sector without, you know, thinking that we have two systems essentially. And I think that's the tragedy that we are in. So this is often the law that is said to criminalize the sale of indigenous seeds. Next slide. And of course, then these regulations, you know, emphasize what's already in the act. So what I highlight here is it uses the DUS system from the UPOV, which of course is beyond what indigenous seeds or farmer managed seed systems can be able to do to be certified or recognized. And we also have problem with the animal seeds. I think this is something that we need to think about. Next slide. So just to conclude, I think what I want to say, my key message is that even though the international regime governing, you know, seeds, you might say is quite restrictive, but there are certain opportunities that exist that I think largely allows us as a country to be able to define how we recognize and protect our indigenous or farmer managed seed systems. And I just want to, you know, reiterate the Constitution, which is the supreme law. We have the policy that recognizes both informal and formal seed systems. But then something happened somewhere, and then we developed these, the act and regulations that sort of forgot about the farmer managed seed systems. But of course, I'm happy that the amendments 2016 recognized, at least tried to recognize the role of farmer managed seed systems and gave that authority to Gary, and I'm happy Dr. Nyamongo here is here with us. And of course, this then gives us an opportunity to at least cure some of the anomalies within the Act. And as my good friend Dr. Mudavi also already mentioned, and he'll talk about it later on, we have the opportunities, you know, under the AU to relook at how we manage our farmer managed seed systems. And I must highlight that as part of the CSOs, there's already work ongoing to identify some of these protocols on how or alternative ways of certifying and recognizing indigenous seeds. So I want to finish by saying that yes, we have challenges in terms of how we recognize and protect our indigenous seeds, but there are opportunities that I think we can work on. And my message to you is let's you know, put our heads together, put our hands together so that we are able to protect this very important part of our heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and another clap for Dr. Olu. Yes, you've talked to us about policies, right? And how do we acquire them and use them to benefit as plant breeders, as farmers, as indigenous people. Yes, so I want to ask for 2 questions or comments only, and I will take those that come. Yes. Any question to Dr. Oulu? I've seen one at the very right hand of the left hand of the hall, and I think we will go with that one. So please say your question, and when you say your question, also say your name. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Martin. I think I feel delighted to listen to your presentation and the fact that we have now room to be able to insert some of the elements of the farm managed seed systems that we are proud to own, and also where we were given space within the African Union Seed and Biotechnology Program, where I worked before I came into this space. My name is Dr. Sarah Olembo, and as I introduced myself earlier, I actually lead the seed and the seed working group within the Ecological Organic Agricultural Initiative, which is whose secretariat is under Dr. Mdavi, who is going to be presenting that particular class on Friday. I do not want to preempt myself, but that opportunity also, I must say that when I'm presenting tomorrow, I'll make a little mention of it, because that is what has opened the space for us. Coming back home, I know that there was a meeting last week in Naivasha, and it will have been interesting to be able to know what went on in there, because I think that was also an opportunity of looking at the Seed Act in Kenya, the Seed and Plant Variety Act, and to see where we can push in to be able to do, to see that it is included and that it is considered side by side with the industrial seed system under the UPO, because that UPO thing is the one that is really killing us and you know, strangling our throats. So I'm very proud of you, Dr. Martin Oulu, what you are doing, and it is always interesting to think that these kind of things are funded from outside. That is where the challenge, I think we should really emphasize that. These are our own, and how do we own them when we are being directed with the money that comes from outside, and yet those are the very people that are fighting us. I think we must, you know, highlight that and also get Kenya to know that this is our own fight. Let them support us as much as we can so that we can be able to own the process and note that the acknowledgement is given to people who have money and who are funding us. Yes, GT said is a very good friend, and I know that German government has supported us so much in this area of the environment and biodiversity. But beyond that, and the Swedish government as well, I know they have been very supportive. But beyond that, we need to create money within our own resources so that we can own the processes. Thank you very much, Martin Oulu.
Thank you, Dr. Orembo. There was another question just next to you. Please give the microphone. Was there a question in green? Okay, then that's okay. Thank you. Let's give another. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Monica Nderitu. I work for VI Agroforestry, an organization that works with smallholder farmers. My comment is I'm just surprised that there has been a process to review the seed policy, and I have not had farmers being included. I know we had a previous one on the livestock, on the honey and the beekeeping that brought APRO. Still the farmers were not well engaged. So what is happening with this current one? Because we know if you deny the farmers the seeds, then we'll always be begging for food. So please, we would want our farmers to be included in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lembo and Dr. Monica. I think I will leave the question about the process of reviewing the policies, the seed policies and regulations to the government, which is well represented here. I don't want to speak on behalf of the government. But I think it's very important that all stakeholders are, involved in the process, because when we rethink these issues, it's essentially for our own benefit. And I think that is what agroecology, tries to tell us, that we should take back control of our systems and not leave it to, outsiders, in quotes, like Dr. Lembo said. So I think I'll stop there. I'm very happy to be back here. I actually started my career at the National Museums of Kenya here. So when we had discussions to have this here, I knew this was a very good place where we can have these conversations, and hopefully we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another hand clap to Dr. Oulu. Thank you very much. MC, and as you come and invite your group, I want to request the director, the following people to come to the front, and so that we can have the opening session. Mr. Charles Masharia, representing the farmers. Madam Rosina. Yes, please prepare yourselves. Mr. Charles Masharia, Madam Rosina Benya, Madam Anne Maina, Dr. Kiprop Rangat, Professor Mutui or his representative, and Dr. Eliud Kiregel or his representative to please come to the front row so that we see them. Yes, I know they are here. Yeah. Yeah.
DJ.
Grammarly helps you work more efficiently, which makes accomplishing your work goals easier.
I'll request that we stand up kidogo. Just stand up. Stand up kidogo. I want you to stretch a bit. I think we've been sitting for a very long time. But hey! Do it.
Sukuma! 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 Musa nimevumilia sana, Musa nimevumilia sana, kupigwa pigwa kama mimi punda na sura.
My people, take me back to Africa. It's been a very long time. I want to see my people. Let us go to Ghana and eat jollof, made from our African rice. Let us go to Kenya and eat jahe, our true African seed. Me to Ivory Coast, the land of Acheke. I want to reach Abyssinia. There is no life without injera, made from our African taste. Uganda, yes, I miss Katogo, with local groundnuts, Usuma Bwabule. So nice. Indigenous, the African sea, hey, our culture. Let us go to Nigeria. Indigenous, hey, our life. And take pepper soup and pounded yam. You are your culture. find our culture.
How the team has moved, I want them to request them kindly to represent the stakeholder constituency that they represent and tell us 1 or 2 remarks in 2 minutes. And then we'll proceed from there. We will begin with Mr. Charles Macharia, then we will move in that order.
Our chief guests, our friends, researchers, and my fellow farmers. Good afternoon. I'm not used to talking when I'm seated because I started my career as a teacher. You know, teachers have their bosses seated, isn't it? And then they take their day when they are studying. I want to thank everyone for finding time to be here. And much more so, I want to ask our researchers, all the CEOs for the various organizations who are here, and those who found it well that we have this forum, a big thank you. I know we are here and we have energy to speak because a farmer worked very hard on the soil to provide the food that has given you that energy and good health that you are enjoying today. Our plight as farmers, however, is actually adult, because when you look at the images, at the photographs of those who draw farmers, you know how they look like. But that is not the figure of a farmer. A farmer is somebody who is very, very important, because if we have a nation that is not well fed, then such a nation is not said to be wealthy. Decisions that are made at farm level matter to every person who is living in this world. Even if you work in the greatest office, somebody will have to serve you food to give you energy to drive through the core tasks that you are given. And therefore, I want to say this. As all food policies are made, let the farmer be an integral part of that process. And I want to tell every farmer who is seated here with me that the food production process starts with you, and you are the core person who matters so much. Therefore, you are a great investment in as far as our food systems are concerned. Remember, you are the producer and you are at the base of the food production chain. The genesis of any food is seed. That is why, obviously, seed business should actually be entrenched to the farmer. And we are saying the seed should be accessible. Farmers don't need to struggle and don't need to be pushed towards certain edges to consume what they don't want or to grow and produce what is not their taste. Because also the Constitution actually enshrines that we need to have, as consumers, rights and privileges to decide on what we eat and what we should enjoy. And then such a process of producing such seeds should be sustainable. Don't give us something that will terminate, because food business is there as long as human beings are in existence, and as long as God will see it fit to have human beings and animals live in this world. We must have systems that comply to biosafety standards that are acceptable by human beings. We are not guinea pigs. Farmer managed seed system is our slogan, and we are actually calling to each and every stakeholder who is involved in the synthesis of seed systems in Kenya to consider that a farmer is not a sideshow, that they need to have their say. Food as our medicine, but not medicine as our what? There are those people who carry a basket of drugs in a basket and carry very little they have eaten their own. And therefore, please, farmers, let's be the ambassadors even to our good neighbors. When we go back, train your neighbor, the good virtues that you have learned today. We also want to integrate participatory guarantee system, and we are saying that each farmer is a mentor to another farmer. Be a good keeper to your neighbor. Tell them the evils that are eating our society, and please let us refrain from the evils. Thank you so much for listening to me. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Macharia. Now we can have Madam Rosina Bena. You can sit there until the panel is over.
Good afternoon. The chief guests, government representatives, CSOs, farmers, media, researchers, and all other protocols. God is good all the time. Yeah, I want to take this opportunity first to introduce myself. I'm Rosina Mbenya, country coordinator for PELAM Kenya. And PELAM Kenya is a network of 57 civil society organizations who are working in 42 out of the 47 counties in Kenya. And we are working with the smallholder farmers to promote what we call agroecological principles and practices. These are practices that have for a long time proven that they have advantages to the ecosystems. I think in the morning all the presentations have been explaining all the need of the agroecology, and even the last presentation has emphasized on that. So these practices entail like organic agriculture, conservation agriculture, permaculture, among all others. And as a network, we are very, very glad to join this Indigenous Seed and Food Culture Harvest Fair because it is in line with our mission as a network. And as everyone in the morning has explained, it's also in line with the global and the continental and even regional and national goals and priorities that have been set. We are very excited, particularly because this seed fair provides us with an opportunity to ignite the discussion that we have for a long time had. Now we are moving from the informal seed. Dr. talked about the informal seed, which is not recognized, but now we are talking about the farmer managed seed systems, and I'm happy that there are efforts from even the AU downwards to now move into recognizing this seed. That is the farmer managed seed system, which forms over 80% of the food, the food that we eat. And for me, I see it as a very important aspect because seed is life, and whoever controls seed then controls what we eat. And looking at the indigenous seed, we see a very, very strong linkage to the cultures, and that's where we are here at the museums, looking at the culture and our connection to the seeds that we eat, because culture is the foundation of every nation, and the foods we eat are not just food, but they have a strong link with the culture, the heritage, and our own bringing up. And we look forward to having a country that is own sovereign. It has its own food that has been conserved. And allow me to recognize and appreciate even the farmers who have for a long, long time, over time, ensure that they conserve the indigenous seeds so that they don't get lost. I think we had the zebu cow is no longer available, and yeah, I appreciate the farmers who have in a way tried to ensure that the indigenous seeds are not getting lost. And I urge all of us, even as we continue working this talk of indigenous foods, let us not leave the youth behind. Agriculture has a problem with the youth, and for me, indigenous also has a clear link on the culture, and the youth have to be central so that they can get some of these indigenous practices cannot be learned in school. So let us not forget our kids, even as you conserve or you save the seeds in the farm, try to teach them how to do it, and even all other stakeholders, let us do our part. If it's from the researcher, let us continue doing the research that is relevant to this discourse. If it's from the government, let us put the policies that are in line. If it's from the CSOs, let us have projects and programs that are also supporting the work of the farmers. And all of us, let us continue doing what should be done for this discourse. I'm happy that at the end of this event, we shall be launching the Indigenous Seed Gallery at the museums. For me, that is what sums up this event. For me, I think this will be historical, and I want to congratulate and special recognition to the National Museums for taking a lead role, a very lead role, active role in organizing this event. And we are very happy even for other partners like ISFA, who have taught us to work together as partners and brought a space of dialogue and participation in everything that we are doing. So with that, I want to thank you. Thanks to the PELAM members who have also been, who are actively presenting or taking part into this seed fair, and let's interact. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, our guest of honor, distinguished guests, farmers, researchers, friends, members of the public. It is a good afternoon, and we are really happy to be here. My name is Ann Maina from the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, one of the partners sponsoring and working together with the National Museums of Kenya, the Government of Kenya, KEFIS, KALRO, and to pick up from what my friend Rosina has said, this is quite unique. For a long time, we used to talk far from each other, but working under the Intersectoral Forum on Agrobiodiversity and Agroecology, we are sitting down and coming here and exhibiting, bringing our farmers to showcase our varieties, our indigenous seeds, and even our foods. We're going to have a cooking competition where you're going to learn about the foods. But let me emphasize the need for us to continue to recognize the farmer-managed seed systems. For a long time, we refer to this as informal. It's informal, yet it is producing about 80% of the seed that we are using in our agriculture. And so as we work on reviewing the seed policy in Kenya, we request that we have inclusivity. There was the meeting in Naivasha last week, and it would be very good to have more farmers and regional meetings so that voices of the farmers that are here, farmers that are represented here from the 47 counties, are heard on the issues related to seed. When we change that law, let it be good to our farmer. Right now, a farmer is not considered a breeder. I was just chatting with someone, and they were saying, can we come and buy seed there? And I told them, you know, the farmer is not a breeder. He cannot sell seed. When you come here, maybe exchange seed. And so it's important for us to review our laws so that it supports the smallholder farmer. Our farmers have fed us for hundreds of years, and this is a very good opportunity for us to showcase, exchange, looking at avenues to work together to work on our laws so that they are conducive to the smallholder farmer and for the farmer-managed seed systems. I also would like to thank everyone, the Ministry of Agriculture, which hosts the ISFA Secretariat, ISFA, the National Museums of Kenya, the other CSOs represented here, BIBA, PELAM, the farmers, and everyone, and ask that you continue to do this. I can even see some Kenya KMTC students here. It's good you're here. You'll teach us more about the diets and the nutrition, and we really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Our chief guest, government, bureaucrats, researchers, farmers, and communities, good afternoon. Well, I'm very delighted to be part of this auspicious occasion where we are discussing our indigenous seeds and food varieties. I speak from the Culture Platform. My name is Dr. Lagate, Director of Culture, Ministry of Sports and Heritage, the parent ministry of the National Museums of Kenya. And we are in support of this activity because it speaks to the key issues that we deal with at the ministry. I'll foreground my brief remarks in the Constitution, whereby Article 11 of the Constitution recognizes culture as the foundation of the nation and as the cumulative civilization of the Kenyan people. Part B talks of, obligates government to promote all forms of national cultural expressions. Article number 11.3 is what my colleague Dr. Oulu spoke to. That is, the Constitution obligates government to ensure that communities receive compensation or royalties for their use of their culture and cultural heritage. However, Part B also talks of recognizing and protecting the ownership of indigenous seeds and plant varieties, their genetic and diverse characteristics, and their use by their communities. It is as a result of this that the ministry is responsible for the implementation of an Act of Parliament, the 2016 Act on the Protection, on promoting, just a second. The 2016 Act on the promotion of traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions, which the ministry is responsible for its implementation. That is an Act of Parliament that has since been revised in 2018 but the regulations to implement it had not been developed, and therefore, in December last year, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for culture constituted a task force to develop regulations for the implementation of that act. I'm pleased to report that the task force completed its work. Draft regulations on 3 key aspects are there, and that is access and use of cultural expressions, as well as genetic resources, which may appear a little bit controversial, but I think it is something that the ministry is addressing. We will be coming back to our various stakeholders to consult on how those draft regulations can be implemented in order to safeguard traditional knowledge and cultural expressions in this country. Some of the key issues pertaining to this act is the establishment of a national repository whereby owners of traditional knowledge and cultural expressions will ensure that that knowledge is protected by having it recognized in the national repository, and it is the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters heritage and culture that will be in charge of assessing matters to do with accessing of that indigenous knowledge, their use by external people with a view to them benefiting from the use of their cultures. I think the depository that we are talking of is also to facilitate access to the diverse traditional knowledge and cultural expressions of our different communities, to have them protected from misuse by either other Kenyans or other external stakeholders. And to us, this act will be a game changer, because for anybody to access your traditional knowledge and cultural expressions, some of the things that we are talking of here, the seeds, food varieties, including recipes and cultural expressions, will be protected by this act, thus ensuring that as Kenyans, we benefit from our traditional knowledge that has ensured sustainability of our communities through the years. So we will be inviting you to engage with us on that. And as we speak, the ministry, in partnership with the National Museums of Kenya, are rolling out a documentation pilot in 13 different counties with a view to ensuring that the traditional knowledge and cultural expressions from those 13 counties are protected before it is rolled out nationally. So if you are from some of those counties, you are invited to join us in some of these very important discussions. And I think, thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks and informing us about where we are going and who we are. And now I welcome you to come and sit here, and so that I can invite the next group. Clap for them as they walk down. Yeah. Is there somebody representing Professor Mutui from KEFIS? Thank you. Yes. So, okay. Professor, yes. Madam Juma, please sit at the front. I request Dr. Lusike, please come to the front. You can use that side. And our chief guest. And Professor Gikungu. I think we are in Nakuru County. We are in Nakuru County. Yes, the women power. I welcome you, ladies, to give some remarks from your institutions, and Professor Gikungu will officially welcome us on behalf of the Director General, who is held up in a board meeting, to the museums. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mine is quite an easy task. It's just to welcome you once again on behalf of our DG. In this institution, National Museums of Kenya, our slogan is National Museums of Kenya, where heritage lives on. I want to reiterate and say that heritage cannot live on unless we all work together. So we are very, very happy. We feel very much honored to host each one of you, to host our guest of honor, and all the invited guests who are here, and our farmers. We love visitors. Museum is an open institution. As much as we do research, we also like our stakeholders to engage with us on what we are doing, and also what we are displaying in our galleries, because you add value to it when you visit. So again, feel much at home. Our DG would have liked to be here, and as Dr. Kariuki has said, there's a board meeting going on, and it is a new board. Please pardon him, but he may appear in the course of the day. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is a very wonderful day that as stakeholders in seed industry, we have managed to sit in. It's not always possible for us to come together, but today I think it's a really good opportunity for us as Kenyans, because one thing that we have to do as Kenyans, we really have to ensure that everything that we do as a nation is for the betterment of our nation. So my name is Gentrix Juma. I work for Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, that is KEFIS. KEFIS is a regulatory body that under the Ministry of Agriculture, and our main mandate is to ensure quality of agriculture inputs. And when we are talking about agriculture inputs, we are talking about seed, and that is now the main subject of discussion today. And also we ensure plant health, because it is not possible for you to have a healthy seed if you don't have a healthy plant. So that is the main mandate that we do. We have a number of mandates, but I won't spell them out now, because I think I have a presentation to make in the afternoon. So I think I'll give the details in the afternoon. But general observation that I can be able to make is, us as a regulator, we are always receptive to ideas, opinions, experience. As a regulator, we are only service provider. We only provide service to our bosses, which are the Kenyans, our farmers. So today, as we sit in, it is us who are looking for solution for ourselves as a country. I have sat in and I've seen the presentations. I really appreciate the early presenters. They have put the perspective when it comes to issues that affect us as national level, at the regional level, and at international level. As a nation, when we go to, when we are represented at the international level, we always look at what is good for Kenya. And when we get what is good for Kenya, we always say, fine, we are going to pick what is good for Kenya, and we are going to present this information in Kenya, and we are going to involve the stakeholders so that the stakeholders can be able to see if at all the policymakers, what they have taken at international level is going to be for the betterment of our country or not. So today, as we sit in, let's look at the gaps that we have in our regulations at the international level, at the regional level, and at the national level, so that as even we review our regulations, even as we review our laws, it's always important for us to really look not only today, let's look at tomorrow, and let's look at the future. And when we are looking at every aspect of our regulation, every aspect of issues that affect our production, let's ensure that we are looking at the food, we are looking at the nutrition, and then we are looking also at the commercialization aspect. Because for us to grow as a country, it's important for us also to consider the commercialization aspects. It's always important for us to feed ourselves, to get the nutrition, and also for us to increase our income, because we are not going to produce everything. So it means that we shall need money in our pockets so that we can also buy what we cannot be able to produce. So in a nutshell, what I'm just saying that as we sit in all the stakeholders, let's come together so that we can be able to use the resources that we have, so that we can be able to feed ourselves, we can be able to have our nutrition, and also we can be able to commercialize. We can be able to produce more than what we can be able to eat, so that we can be able also to compete at the regional level. Because right now, as we sit, the Kenya as a country has joined the African Free Trade. So it means that for us to be able to be competitive, we really have to look at ourselves, we have to look for our strength so that we can be competitive. And also we are trading at the international level. And when we are trading at the international level, we are supposed also to use technology. We are supposed to use our genetic resources so that we can be able also to be competitive at the international level. So in a nutshell, that is what we can be able to say, the general observation. But I'll be able to discuss the details of what is the really seed industry at now. Because as the regulator in the seed industry, we can be able to say this is what we have and this is what we are as a seed industry. Then we can be able to sit with other stakeholders as I identify the gaps. So the same way we have sat down, now we want to review the seed policy. And now when we want to review the seed policy, what will happen? We shall visit all the 47 counties so that the 47 counties, they can be able to give their view. In the Kenya Constitution, for you to be able to review any regulation, for you to be able to come up with any policy, all the 47 counties, stakeholders' involvement is going to be undertaken. So all the stakeholders, please feel free, so that when you be called upon, for you to be able to give your inputs, feel free to give your inputs. And as a government institution, we shall be able to carry your inputs, then we shall be able to review the policy, because the policy gives an outline, a direction, so that the other acts, the other regulations are going to anchor on that policy, seed policy. So I think that's what I can be able to indicate for now. We am around for the 3 days. We can be able to interact so that we can be able to build on. Thank you.
3 very powerful women. Welcome to Ruto's government. Now you're seeing the other of the 50%. I'm representing the Director General Carol, Dr. Eliud Kerriger, and you can see he chose an able woman to come and represent him. When you look at Kenya in 2012, we identified 423 crops that could be commercialized. When you read what we've been given by NMK today, the crops have reduced to 3: maize, rice, wheat, actually 4, and potato. Yet there are 423. Where are these crops going? We're just here talking about seed, the importance of seed, the issues of farmer-safe seed. Where are they going? In the song we listened to today, it talked about teff, and I wonder if many knew what teff was, injera. Do you know that in 2016, we got 2 varieties of teff from Marsabit, our center in Marsabit, Calro, and from those 2, a cream and white, we now have 35 varieties just through selection. Now what we're talking here shows that importance of conserving that biodiversity. We have 35 varieties that we've selected. 10 have entered the National Performance Trial of KEFIS. One of those varieties is none other than yours truly. It's called Lusike, right after me. I'm very happy. So we're now not just focusing on maize, maize, maize. We're looking at other crops like teff, gluten-free, very drought tolerant. Just one rain, 45 days later, you're harvesting teff. So watch that space in terms of diversity of foods. Go to the Calro tent out there, you see the diversity of sorghum. Sorghums are many, and actually they've been considered as a superfood in the United States because they're gluten-free. So what are we doing about it? And that's why you're seeing now Calro developing a lot of these varieties that are good for you. It's not just maize. I know we have 160 maize varieties developed by Calro of the 350 in Kenya, but so what? Watch that space, because now we're wondering. It was the crop of the year in 2012, quinoa. India in 2020 named jackfruit, fenese, as the crop of the year. What will be the crop of the year of Kenya in 2023? Will it be gooseberry, nyatongolo, jinsobosobo, chimbunwe, nadi, surubali, ngava, chelolo? If you're one of those tribes, you know what I'm talking about. When are we going to choose something good, something sexy, something good for our health? We wonder men dying from prostate cancer, yet all they have to do is eat a guava a day makes the prostate healthy. Go to our stand in Calro and buy a guava fruit if you're a man. It's very good for you. Eat the leaves. That is where we're going to as Calro. That is where we're going to. If you come and see what we're doing in Calro, it's not just maize. There are many of these crops because we're looking at the value of food. 1 acre of maize is 12.5 million calories. 1 acre of jackfruit is 34 million calories. 1 acre of sweet potato is 10.2 million calories. 1 acre of rice is 3 million calories. Do you see where I'm going? I'm not telling you how many yields we're getting. I'm talking in terms of nutrition, what we want from that 1 acre. And that's where we're going as Calro. We're now giving you these foods that are not only nutritious, but they give you value and more calories, because that's what we need to eat and to be healthy. So as we're doing this, you know, now they've reduced our time. So I can't punch too much. I'm just trying to fly through all of this, because actually NMK has told you everything. And my teacher here, Mary Kikungo, who taught me pollination, today she just made me laugh. And I'm one of those biggest advocates of pollination. So I have to talk 1 or 2 sentences. Without pollinators, we lose 25% of our fruit yield. 25%. That means if you're going to get 100 million, you'd have thrown 25 million in the dustbin. Do you understand that now? You know, most of you, when you hear percentages, you just ignore. But when it goes 25% of your kavesha in a potea to hivyo, what do you mean? So let's look at those pollinators and see what they're doing in our system in terms of causing diversity to allow us to ensure we're conserving what Nyamongo came here and said, the issue of conservation. It is so important. You know what, Jacoya made us laugh, and we laughed and wondered, this thing of getting high, me, I think I fell in hemp when I was born, growing up. But you know, we're looking and wondering, Wajakoya, he's telling us things we didn't know. Imagine, we have these varieties here in Kenya, and we're looking at them to see in terms of issues of fiber length, to now complement with cotton. So diversity is important, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with this, because if we're able to do this, then we'll be able to improve access to food and therefore contribute to diversity and really contribute to the well-being of mankind. So come to Calro, go visit our stand, and you'll just see the appetizer of why men should be eating guava. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Yeah. Pardon? Yeah, you can sit. Another clap for the powerful ladies. And very passionate about pollination, guavas, and their power, and about this, the good seeds. We thank you all. And now it is that we have come to that time that we are going to invite the chief guest. And before we invite him, I would want us to recognize the presence of various people who are in this room so that he also knows who he's going to address. And the chief guests, distinguished guests, researchers, scientists, farmers, students, the media, and ladies and gentlemen, please give a clap to yourself. And then give a clap to the organizers of this event. And give a clap to those who have made it to come and hear the good messages. Thank you. So I want to recognize the various people present, and because of time, we will do it in groups. And I want to begin by requesting our very important visitors, the farmers. The farmers. If you came here as a farmer or a community member, I know most of them are at the exhibition, but if you are representing the farmers, please stand up so that we give you a clap. The farmers or community groups. Thank you. We are here because of you, because you've been faithful to keep our seed-saving cultures despite the challenges that you've had. We would also want to recognize the presence of students who are with us. And students are many. It's not only the KMTC, but any other student who is with us. Please stand up, whether in whatever level of education. Please stand up, the students, beginning with KMTC. Thank you. Thank you. We also want to recognize the presence of the media. Are they present? Media, including the internal and external. Yeah, some at the back and others are standing. Please let's give them a hand clap. Thank you. We want to recognize the presence of civil society organizations that are here. The PELAMS, the BIBA, the ABN, the HIVOS, the BIVAT, all of them. Please stand up so that we give you a clap. Civil society organizations, all of them. Thank you, thank you. And I now want to recognize also the presence of the researchers and the regulators and government in general, whether national government or county government. Let them all stand up so that we recognize their presence. Even the academia are in government. Okay. Yes. Thank you. We recognize you and thank you for coming. And we want to recognize anybody else that I have not mentioned in that category. Thank you so much. Now, we would want our chief guest today is a representative of the PS, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, the PS Agriculture, who was not able to come but was able to send an able representative. He's going to give the apology. The representative who is coming will be able to give an apology why he was not able to come, but we want to thank him for honoring our invite and welcome the chief guest, Engineer Laban Kiplagat, to come and open this function officially. Please let's give him a hand clap. And as he comes, don't be very quick, we want to play the seed song. Yeah, the seed song briefly so that we understand why we are here. The Tharaka seed song. If there is a problem at the back, let me know so that we can have it towards the end. Thank you. Welcome our chief guests and make the presentation. Once they finish with their machines, they will let us know and you do it towards the end. So, thank you, Engineer Kiplagat, and welcome to give your remarks and then open the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. I think I must appreciate your able moderation, because when I saw the program, there are so many places that probably I was there, but because of the role that I was given, you were able to take over the other responsibilities that I was to have done. My name is Engineer Laban Kiplagat from the Minister of Agriculture. It's now called Agriculture and Livestock Development. So I think fisheries and cooperative bureaucrats. You are always putting roadblocks. And so I never clapped to the government officers, me included, because if that is true, then we need to review ourselves. We need to do soul searching so that we no longer become bureaucrats, but we become facilitators. This country is facing through challenges that's facing through. And I think one of the biggest culprit are these bureaucrats that are not doing enough to ensure that we ride on what is existing, we don't reinvent the wheel, we learn from the best practice, and we move forward. Long ago, the ministry was only mandated to be doing exhibitions like this. And so we moved along until we were captured. And when I say we were captured, I hope you understand what I mean. So we became more commercially oriented and we forgot where we came from. And along the way again, it lost taste. And now I think the shows that used to happen those years are no longer as vibrant as they used to be. But we've discovered a lost opportunity, which now I call it a godsend opportunity. That when we partner with the farmers, when we partner with our other stakeholders and more so civil society, we can do more than what we used to do. And I think that speaks for itself. So I, as a member of ISFA, we are privileged mingling with the civil society. Where the civil society needs help, we are there. Where the government needs help, the civil society is there, up to and including resources. So I think that's where we are. So I want to thank all those who had made their presentations. They were calling keynote speeches. And I think it's only that time is short, otherwise we would have wished to hear more. The Lady of the Bees, I almost asked, which came first? Is it the bees or the plant? Because by knowing the cause and effect, we can be able to address. But maybe that would be for another day. But I hear you. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock will want to see how we can partner together. And I'll take this message to the rightful department so that that partnership. We have, of course, a base unit. But I think, as I said, we as bureaucrats, we have failed. For the last since 1963 when we got independence, have we added the number of bees in this country, or will be destroyed? And we are calling ourselves a bee unit, for example, among others. The other thing that came out, and I think it was mentioned, was the 80% versus 20%. I want to say that as a ministry, I think the PS has also noted that through GIZ is the government of Germany bilateral cooperation. They have supported us with some seed funds and has mobilized quite a number of CSOs that are here and others are not here to ensure that we complete the regulation that will now operationalize the Kenya Seed Act 2016, and more specifically to target what was omitted. And I think, Dr. Imongo, you are aware. So the PS has already formed a technical group. GIZ has given some seed money, and other donors have given more resources. And very soon, the African Union are going also to give us moral and probably financial support, because already we have shown them our intention and they are moving with us. So I think there are good things coming for the farmers. The other one was, I think, addressed by one of our colleagues here about the seed policy review. It is true that we want to look at it, but I think the meeting that you had was just a brainstorming meeting before now we invite every other person. When these presenters were talking here, they were talking about high things, and we were able to remind them that here we have got those and those. So that meeting was for those, but now it will come to us and we'll say what we want to say, and we'll tame them because they must listen to what we are saying. So I think I want to assure whoever asked and everyone that when that time comes, you will be fully in the picture. And I think through Pelham Kenya, who has quite a number of networks, it will be easy for us to reach you. Finally, before I read the speech, I have heard, and I don't know how true it is, that Africa is the largest continent in the world. Is it true, Professor? Africa is the richest continent in the world. Is it true? Africa is the cradle of mankind. Yet, Africa is so food insecure than all the other continents combined, including the very dry ones. And if it's true we are the cradle of mankind, then this is where the transformation of hunter-gatherer to farming may have started. So what went wrong? I think we don't need to reach that situation. Other countries that are not as privileged as Africa have gone to the extent of even eating foods that are beyond what we are calling food in Kenya. You hear of a frog being eaten in Thailand. It's food, yes, but to us we find a bit. You hear of snails, among the many others. But before we reach there, what has happened to our other rich heritage that we have? So I think it's food for thought for all of us. And I think there is need for paradigm shift. I'm happy that students are here, because this is how we pass the message, our values, our culture. So with those remarks, allow me therefore to read the speech by the Principal Secretary, State Department for Crop Development and Agriculture Research during the Indigenous Seed and Food Culture Harvest Fair held at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, from 12th to 14th October 2022. So I read, the organizers, exhibitors, participants, distinguished guests, and I think we need to break this down. We have the media, the students, the farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, it was good morning, but I think now I can say good afternoon. It gives me a great pleasure and honor to be here today for the first Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair. Agriculture is the backbone of Kenyan economy and the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development is charged with the task of promoting and facilitation of production of food and raw materials, as well as regulation for food security and socio-economic development. However, the sector continues to face various challenges, including but not limited to high cost of inputs, land degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change, just to name a few. Sustainable farming methods, which include agroecology, mixed cropping, and use of both indigenous, wild, and domesticated sources of food, are the basis for strengthening and transforming the Kenyan food system. Ladies and gentlemen, indigenous seeds are those that have been grown, selected, and managed by people in the local area through several generations. These seeds have become naturally adapted through a strong influence from local environmental factors in their growing niches. The main purpose of the Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair is to stimulate debate, understanding, and appreciation of farmer-managed seeds and their contribution to food and nutrition security to all stakeholders. It will especially focus on ways to ensure the farmer varieties stroke land races are recognized along the breeders' rights. Although crops like maize, cassava, and sweet potato were not native to Eastern Africa, it came about 400 years ago from South and Central America, and have had many decades to evolve under different climatic conditions and local community breeding practices of seed selection and storage. Kenya, with its over 45 ethnic communities, have a rich and diverse seed and food culture, which is measured by a bountiful heritage and a treasure trove or traditional knowledge and innovation, which reach to our generations and connect the past, present, and future generations. According to Food and Agriculture Organization, since the 1900s, some 75% of plant genetic diversity has been lost as farmers has been lost worldwide. More than 30% of livestock breeds are also at risk of extinction, and that is, they say 6 breeds are lost each month. Today, 75% of the world food is generated from only 12 plants and 5 animal species. Rice, maize, and wheat contribute nearly 60% of calories and protein contained by humans from plants. 90% of calories in Kenya's food supply are based on just 4 crops, that is maize, wheat, beans, and potato. Maize, especially grown from the hybrid varieties, account for about 65% of the staple diet, and followed by wheat contributing 17% and beans 9%. So maybe here we need to ask ourselves the 423 that we talked about, and supposing there was a disease that came in 2017 onwards called maize lethal, yes, which almost wiped. So if it's true that it is giving us that much, what will happen if it's wiped? The GOK 2010 implores the government and parliament to recognize and protect both tangible and intangible elements of Kenya's culture, that is for the present and the future. This is yet to be actualized, with initial attempts through the Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expression Act 2016, revised in 2018, which is yet to be operationalized. We have had to look towards international legal frameworks, such as Convention on Biodiversity, Biological Diversity, and the UNESCO, to find a reason and a way to celebrate and protect Kenya's fauna and flora and its associated indigenous seeds and knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya imports her wheat and rice, and their increasing importance to the national food supply is a great indicator that food sovereignty needs to be considered as an important policy issue. The narrowing dietary choice can be attributed to the rise in industrial agriculture, which is eroding memory and planting of traditional indigenous crops and food poverty. The over-reliance of maize has contributed significantly to malnutrition due to micronutrient deficiencies in Kenya, such as vitamin A, iron, folate, vitamin B12, and so on. While Kenya continues to disregard indigenous crops such as sorghum, it is praised elsewhere for addressing water, carbon, and soil health and economic challenges. This crop originated from East Africa and now is the 5th widely grown cereal in the world, and it uses about 30% less water than any other crop. So therefore, investing in agrobiodiversity and agroecological practices, promoting diverse indigenous seeds and local food system that borrow from indigenous and local knowledge of communities is a way to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the first national seeds and food culture harvest brings into focus the need to recognize that food production is an economic as well as socio-ecological system that links the people with nature. The link biodiversity and ecosystem service, especially the provisioning function, can result in food secure futures dedicated to reducing poverty and enhancing food and nutrition security and improving natural resources and other ecosystem services. Kenya needs to move from a perpetual acute food insecurity and needing food aid to a country that is proud and stands tall under the sustainable food sovereignty policies of production and consumption. The agriculture sector growth and transformation strategy emphasizes the critical role of agriculture transformation in growing the economy by reducing the cost of food and alleviating poverty. To this end, I wish to indicate that the ministry is undertaking various short-term and long-term reforms to strengthen and transform the Kenya food system and landscape so that they can sustain the country, drive prosperity, and nourish the people in the coming climate crisis. Together with our donors, we are mainstreaming agroecology into our farming practices. It is notable to say that the ministry has started the development of agroecology strategy as well as completing the Kenya Seed Act 2016 regulation, which will promote and support the farmer-managed seed system. Furthermore, we have put in place maize blending guidelines using cassava, finger millet, and sorghum to reduce, among others, to reduce pressure on maize. These and other actions can only materialize faster when we ride on the synergies we have built. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I want to commend all the departments, development partners, the civil society, including farmers and individuals who have made this day a success. We look forward to greater partnership for the benefit of our future. Thank you. And now, do I declare it open or I declare it to continue? Because it's already been on. So may I declare this workshop officially open and continue. Thank you and God bless you.
Makofi, makofi, makofi ya serikali. I think we can do better than that. Makofi ya serikali tafadhali. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think now it's time that we move on so that we can go to the next item of the program. I think if you've been following the program very well, you can see that we are running behind time. We are running so much behind time. So we're supposed to go for tea break right now and some group photo. So tea break will not be there, but I think a group photo we can do as we proceed ahead for an exhibition that it's down there near the other entrance up there. So we have a few tents there, and we have exhibitors there, farmers actually. And I've been ably told by Dr. Paris here that they'll be selling their wares there, so maybe you can sample them out and then make sure you promote them, whatever they're doing there. Okay, now, the DJ, I think, will play us some music as we stand and maybe the exit, and then we shall have one order for the maybe the panelists.
My people,
I think
take me back to Africa.
All of us, let us proceed.
It's been a very long time. I want to see my people. Let us go to Ghana and eat jollof made from our Africa. There is no life without injera made from our African taste. Uganda,
yes,
Highway Katoko with local groundnuts, Usuma Bobule. So nice, so
Inspectorate Service, which is a regulatory body that deals with under the Ministry of Agriculture, that deals with ensuring of quality of agriculture inputs. And when I'm talking about agriculture production, KEFIS has a role to play. But for the purposes of this meeting today, I'm going to just give an overview. What is the mandate of KEFIS when it comes to assuring of quality seed? I think that is what I'm going, next please. That is what I'm going to talk about. KEFIS as an institution is located in different locations just to ensure that we can be able to serve farmers more appropriate. And I've just listed where we are found. So in case you are coming from a different county from Nairobi and you need some services from KEFIS, feel free just to access these offices. When you go to the website, you can always have our contact. You can be able to call. Next, please. Now, I also have just given a summary of KEFIS mandate. But today, what we are going to discuss on, we are going to discuss on one of the KEFIS mandate when it comes to seed certification. But also, we handle plant variety protection. That is the intellectual property rights, which I think maybe in a different fora, we can be able to engage on it so that you can really able to know what does it entail when we are talking about an innovation. Because when we are talking about indigenous, seeds, all those genetic material that we have, under international, regional, and even national law, we have come up with how best can you be able to protect. And there are two always aspects of protection. The aspect of protection whereby you are conserving that material, that nobody else can be able to get that material unless they require authorization from either a public entity or a private. So it means that the ownership of the material can be either by public, so the farmer can be able to own the material, the community can be able to own the material, and also a private entity can be able to own the material. So as a government, is for the government to ensure that any ownership is legally acquired. Because if a group of the farmers own the material, it means that the other group of the farmers, they may not be able to access that material. That is why as a government, the government has to ensure that whichever the ownership of that material is supposed to facilitate access. So under plant variety protection, today I want to dwell about it, but an aspect that it is important for us to understand, even when the Constitution talks about protection, what aspect of protection the Constitution is talking about. So if at all we can be able to understand the aspect of protection the Constitution is talking about, then we can be able to use our Constitution to ensure that our indigenous, our genetic materials are protected. And then also the private entity, the breeders, which we have private breeders and we have public breeders. And to me, a public breeder is supposed to ensure that we get varieties that is suitable to our need. Now, when it comes to the issue of ownership, also I wanted to clarify that a breeder is not supposed to be an institution. A breeder can be a farmer, a breeder can be anybody. So when you are talking about a breeder, it doesn't mean that a farmer cannot be a breeder. It's just that if I take a community-owned variety, then I say, I'm a farmer, I'm a breeder. What will happen to access? So that is the thing that as we sit down and stakeholders, let's look at them critically so that as even we converge, we can be able to come up with a law, or we can be able to come up with a solution that is going to serve me, and is going to serve the public interest, and also is going to serve the private interest. And then we have analytical chemistry lab. That one, I think the phytosanitary issues, that one we won't dwell on it. So when it comes to seed certification, under seed certification, we have three major components, which we have seed certification, assuring of quality, and then we have plant variety protection. I've already alluded to that. Then also we have variety evaluation and release. That one I think we may not discuss today, but it's just important for us to know those are the major components and the seed quality assurance. Please, next. Now, when it comes to seed certification, I've just highlighted what does it entail. Now, under seed policy, we have the informal seed sector and formal seed sector is recognized. But now, when it comes to the Act, you know, one thing that we have to understand that in the normal circumstances, when you are coming up with a legal instrument, the Act always supposed to come after the seed policy. But in Kenya, the Act came before the seed policy. So as we reviewed our seed policy, then there are some aspects, some intervention we can be able to insert in our seed policy. Then after we have inserted in our seed policy, then the Act will be reviewed to conform to the seed policy. So there's nothing that is lost. We are just on track. We can be able to see what is really important for the seed sector, then we can be able to include in our Act. Next, please. Now, these are just the aspects that I've talked about under seed certification, and because of time, I'm not going to dwell on that, but I've explained generally what does it entail when it comes to the issue of having the seed certified. It has a process, but this process is well articulated, and the breeders who can be a farmer, I've already explained, who can be a breeder based in a public institution or in a private institution, all of them can be able to use this Act very, very comfortably. Please, let's proceed. Next, please. Now, when it comes to quality assurance, seed quality assurance is very important because we know when it comes to seed, it is the most important inputs, because if other inputs are also very important, but regardless of wherever other inputs we are going to use, so long as the seed is not of quality, the other inputs cannot be able to increase productivity. But if at all the seed we have is of high quality, and when we are talking about high quality, it means that this seed can be able to express its genetic potential to the maximum. The seed is supposed to be healthy. Also, the seed is supposed to be higher germination and purity standards, just to help us ensure that the seed we are using for production, when we are combined with other inputs, we are going to have the maximum productivity. So for us to be able to achieve this, it means that we have also to ensure that the seed we are using is of quality. Now, that is why the aspect of seed certification comes in, just to ensure that along the chain, as we produce our seed, as we do the multiplication, as we do the marketing, all along that, the quality of seed has to be maintained so that the end product, who is the farmer, can be able to get high-yielding seed, regardless of which system we want to use. regardless of which system we want to use, so long as we cannot be able to get quality seed, then we cannot be able to really increase our productivity. So as a country, let's look at it objectively. Yes, we have our indigenous material, which they have very good genetic potential, but so long as we cannot be able to maintain the quality, we cannot be able to exploit the material for our own advantage and increase our productivity. Please, next. These are just aspects of seed. I think I won't dwell on the law because the former presenters, I think they did justice to the law. And when I was sitting there and I was listening how they were explaining it, it is really what is entailed in the law. And what I can be able just to indicate is the law, that is why the law is always there for revision. And even this law that we are using now, it was revised in 2012. That is the Seed Act law. It was revised in 2012. And the regulations, they were revised in 2016. That doesn't mean that the law cannot be revised. The law will be revised depending on the gaps that we have identified as the seed sector stakeholders, then the law can be revised. So I think those are the acts that we are using. That is the international law. And we know that, as the Constitution says, that when we accede to an international law, is domesticated to be in our Kenyan law. So when the previous presenter, they were talking about UPOF, I don't want to repeat they were talking about TRIPS. All those, the aspects that Kenyan law has domesticated. And I want to make it very clear for us to be able to understand each other as a seed sector. When it comes to UPOF, I understand that sometimes we feel the UPOF law is not serving us as a country. But when it comes to UPOF, it's only concentrates on the varieties that we have protected. And those varieties that we have protected are the variety that the breeder has done the breeding, and they have come up with an innovation. Just the same way, somebody will patent their material. A singer will sing a song, and then they decide we are going to give a copyright so that this singer can be able to invest more. So that is why the government decided that for us to encourage breeders, so that the breeders can be able to recoup some investment and continue breeding. Because the weather pattern is changing. There are so many challenges we are facing. So as a nation, it's always important for us to position ourselves in such a way that we can be able to conserve our environment, we can be able to conserve our genetic resources, but also we can exploit our genetic resources in a sustainable way, so that at the end of the day, we can be able to feed our country, we can be able to provide, our food is supposed to be to provide nutrition that we need, and also we can be able to commercialize what we have invested in. Now, when it comes to UPOF, what it does, it's very clear. You cannot be able to protect the farmer's variety. And that farmer's variety, we call it, they have become of common knowledge. Anything of common knowledge, you cannot be able to protect. So it is not possible that because of we are a signatory to UPOF, we are going to protect our genetic resources. It is not possible, because our genetic resources has become of common knowledge. And anything of common knowledge, you cannot be able to protect. Now, that is the issue that we need to understand. What does it mean when we say common knowledge? Now, the UPOF has provided that, let's assume I have protected my material, and the farmer wants to use that material. I bred the material. It is not of common knowledge. It's not genetic resources, but I have come up with the material. But this species is the species that the farmer had gotten used to saving. So what will happen? They have told us as a country, you can come up with your own regulations so that you can be able to determine at what level the breeder's right will stop and what level the farmer's right will proceed. And let's understand each other. Those are not farmers' material. Those are the varieties that have been bred. But now the issue is, where did you get your genetic material for you to come up with a variety? So that is where now the government has ensured that right now, for you when you breed your variety, you have to prove that the person you generated, where you got your genetic material, the community also benefits. So those are the regulations that are being put in place so that the farmers also can be able to benefit from the material they have conserved. Because the material they have conserved, it has been used as genetic material to come up with a new variety. I think I've dwelled on that, but I just want us to understand each other so that as we sit in even to revise our regulation, let's not remain in our cocoon. Let's be open so that we can be able to interact on a level whereby we can come up with a regulation, or we can come up with a system that is going to work for us as a nation. Please, let's proceed. I think this one I've already indicated. I'm not going to dwell on it. Let's move next, please. Next, please. I think so also one of the important things that when it comes to quality assurance is to ensure that the propagating material does not transfer diseases from one farm to another. That's where the previous presenter said that as much as we want to have a farmer system, we have to put in place some regulatory mechanism to ensure that the aspects of transferring diseases from one farm to another farm is minimized as much as possible, so that at the end of the day, we can be able to utilize the genetic material we have, or the farmer's material that we have for productivity. Now, let's move forward. Under the Seed Act, we always have two categories of species. We call it the first schedule and the second schedule. But what I just want to bring it out here is, when it comes to the first schedule, where most of our species lie, those ones, there's no compulsory certification. It's just for us to come up with a system whereby we shall ensure quality. And the extent of quality, it is us as stakeholders in the seed industry for us to decide. Now, when it comes to the second schedule, is whereby those species is a must for us to have, to regulate. Why do we regulate those ones? Because they're of economic importance to us. It means that if something happens to this species in Schedule 2, then our country, as a country, we may lack food. We may lack our stable food. That is why it was important for the classification to be there. So if you read our act, in case you have a chance, just read through, then you'll be able to see how the species were classified, so that when we interact at the different fora, you can be able to discuss any gap. And then along the way, as we continued with the seed certification, we realized that there are some self-pollinated varieties where most of the business people, they're not interested. But to us as a country, they're very important to us. So what has the industry done? We sat down with the industry and we agreed that we can be able to reduce the minimum standard, so that we just ensure that those species, like the cowpea, green grams, those ones that are open pollinated, and yet most of the private entities are not interested, we lowered the bar so that the farmer can be able to get good quality seed, but at the lower price. And also the seed sector, or the merchants, or they can be able now to be given an incentive for them not only to concentrate on cross-pollinated or hybrids, but also they can be able to handle this. I think that is when it comes to seed, standard seed. Please, next. Now, when it comes to indigenous seed and plant variety, I'm sure we have talked about what the Constitution talk about. The Constitution promotes the intellectual property rights of people of Kenya, and also it recognizes and protects the ownership of indigenous seed. and varieties. And so the Constitution will recognize that. As a government institution, what we can be able only to do is to put the regulation in place so that we can be able to operationalize this provision, which I think the different organizations have picked their part and they are running with it. Please, just proceed. I think my time is up. Next, please. I think this one was discussed next. Now, I think this one has been discussed, but what I just want to emphasize it is important for us to appreciate that for us to be able to conserve our genetic resources, the conservation and sustainable use, it is very important. So, KEFIS as an institution, we are playing a part to ensure that the genetic resources that are in our hands, we are going to conserve them, and we are going to conserve them so that as we utilize the genetic resources that we have, we can be able to conserve them to use either directly or we can be able to use for breeding purposes. Next, please. Next, please. I think this one I have discussed next. Now, what will be the challenges when it comes to the conservation of our genetic resources? I think the implementation of protection of our indigenous seed is something that we need to invest in so that we can be able to conserve, because for us to be able to conserve, it means, first of all, you have to identify, we have to record them, we have to describe, to characterize them, either visually or we have to do characterization. There are so many aspects when it comes to conservation that we have to work together as all the stakeholders in the seed industry so that we can be able to ensure that in the first place we know what we have. Then in the next place now we can be able, we put down what we have, we describe them. So then we can be able now to conserve. And then also we need to have a coordination because different organization plays a different role. So if at all we can be able to work together, then we can be able now to ensure that we really utilize our genetic resources. And then also we need to have awareness to the farmers who are the very important stakeholders when it comes to the genetic resources, for them to understand what does it entail when it comes to utilization, sustainable utilization, protection of our indigenous seed and plant varieties. Next, please. I think that is, these are the opportunities that we have. We have a diversity of plant material. We have a wider ecological zone that we have. So it means we can come up with different varieties that we need. And also we have a framework. It's just for us to improve on our framework so that it can work for us. Then we have also the IT environment. We have technologies that is really going to help us to achieve our objective. I think I can be able to end there so that we can be able to interact more, maybe in different fora. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give a more hearty clap to Madam Juma? All right. Our next presenter is, sorry, we won't have questions to Madam Gentrix, but we keep the questions and then we'll have them at the end of the panel discussion, just to save time. Our next presenter is Madam Ann Maina, who is the coordinator of BIPA Kenya. And having listened to what Gentrix said, she'll give us a talk on some of the alternative seed certification systems. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Ulu, and good evening, everyone. Thank you. Can I have my slides? So this evening I'm going to speak about a few proposals we've made. As was introduced, my name is Ann Maina, and I coordinate the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya. And we are members of the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, which is a network working in 50 countries in Africa. It's a platform bringing various networks in Africa, and we have been working with them to develop a policy framework for farmer-managed seed systems, because this issue of the so-called informal sector or the farmer-managed seed systems cuts across the whole of Africa, and is a big challenge. The next slide. Was this one working? Yeah, next. That was just a beautiful picture. Next slide. That's a bit of the context. If we could move a bit faster, the person controlling the slides. Next slide. Okay, so I won't dwell so much on this because we've had quite a lot from others, but there are a few concerns that I would like to put out there related to issues of the so-called informal sector, or the farmer-managed seed systems. You find that in the so-called formal sector, the objective has often to achieve uniformities and get African countries to conform to so-called Western or European standards of DUS, distinct, uniform, and stable. And this we have seen pushed a lot through what we call Green Revolution models. You'll hear a lot of those who promote the Green Revolution model saying Africa did not benefit from it, unlike Asia. But a lot of it is linked to the use of a lot of these so-called hybrids and a system of seed selection in terms of ensuring that you have uniformity, you can produce en masse in the West and come and sell here in Africa, and set on those principles, issues of selection of varieties, issues of quick to multiply, quality control, and distribution and marketing. Next slide. Is it possible to move this projector, because you get a lot of things cut? So we're having a big challenge in Africa, which I've called it quite dramatically the seed wars and the battle to control the Africa seed systems. For many years, there's been a lot of concern that the so-called big companies or multinationals would like to enter the African market and modernize this so-called informal seed sector through modernizing our seed systems and the Green Revolution model. A lot of the previous speakers have talked about issues of the Kenyan Constitution, the Seed Act, and the ITPGRFA. And these are some of the issues that we have looked at in terms of suggesting a model for farmer-managed seed systems. Next slide. So in our proposal for, in what you call the formal seed systems, which you see, you have a lot of issues of intellectual property rights being put there, that you have to protect the breeder, which is right, and a lot of plant variety protection rights and plant health protection laws. But in our proposals, we see that with trying to conform to this, farmers lose a lot of their autonomy and control in the name of health, plant health, and that. But there are ways we can support these smallholder farmers to ensure that quality phytosanitary standards are maintained even in the farmer-managed seed systems. Next slide. So what is our proposal? Looking at a place where we can propose some practices and knowledge where farmers can organize their production and distribution of seeds, and also allow the farmers to enjoy full enjoyment of the farmer-managed seed systems, which is called in other quarters informal seed market, which we have had a lot is controlled by almost 70%. They control almost 70% of the seed sector. Let us move on. Next slide. I'm trying to move a bit faster. So in terms of our proposal, our framework looks at issues of the object of the framework and some of the definitions. For example, I've talked about the informal seed sector. We do not want that term is quite derogatory, would prefer to refer to the informal or the farmer managed seed systems, which is more, should I say, recognizes the role of the farmer who has been a breeder for hundreds of years. And also in terms of administration, maybe to work with the National Plant Genetic Committee, or in the Kenyan case, Gary, or some of the repositories, to ensure that farmers are protected and developed, for example, some qualities in terms of their management and quality assurance of their seeds, production, circulation, and also participation of the farmers in decision making. The previous speaker has spoken about, and previously in the morning, they have spoken about the recent meeting to review our seed laws in Kenya, which happened in Naivasha, and we have asked several questions. We don't know who represented the farmers. How representative was it? Because we have raised several concerns about the farmer managed seed systems, but we hear there was a meeting organized in Naivasha, but our voice was not there. So when will our voice be taken in? Are there processes where we'll be involved so that we can make our contribution? And that's a key concern for us. Next slide. So let's move to the next slide. Next slide. I think you're moving a bit faster. Previous, yes. There's always the question of the farmer seed being not clean. And you remember, like in the case of cassava, we were told we are developing GMO cassava to deal with the cassava brown streak disease, cassava CBSD and CBD. And when you looked at it critically, you can control the disease by just ensuring clean phytosanitary standards and the movement of the seed, not moving the seed from Tuapa to Mwea and elsewhere. If we could only maintain that, then we can be able to deal with these challenges. And so in our proposal, in terms of guaranteeing the seed quality in farmer managed seed systems, we propose that the farmers have freedom to collectively adapt rules dedicated to guaranteeing the quality of the seed and the release within their collectives. And this is not working alone, but working with the relevant regulatory agency, KEFIS. And this will look at various aspects, the germination, issues of germination, sanitary quality, agronomic quality, the taste, and other qualities that we deem important in terms of socio-cultural perspectives. Because when you talk about seed and food, here we are celebrating our food, issues of taste and the socio-cultural aspects are very important. So we will propose that farmers are free to establish quality assurance rules for the seeds they select, save, and circulate. And this quality assurance to include, without being limited to the following: a common vision, the concerned farmers to belong to the same organization, collective network, or close ties. And so that's also a challenge to us. How are we approaching, for example, the regulator and going with one voice? Then the farmers also to be able to, did you move the slide? It's moving too fast. The principles of trust, equality, and transparency also to be based on commitment signed by the farmers, collectively defined rules and definition of adaptive quality criteria, verification, issues of labeling and logos, and participation in terms of collective learning. Next slide. And that's also just to add more in terms of our proposals, in terms of the production. Next slide. Also decision making, the rural communities need to be custodians and recognized as custodians of the traditional knowledge that has enabled them to save their seed and conserve our biological diversity. Issues of sharing, we are supporting a lot of community seed learning centers. We don't want to call them seed banks because of the challenges related to that. And so that's also one of our proposals, to ensure that all those conform to the biosafety framework. but to ensure that we also protected from some of the so-called false solutions like GMOs. For example, establishing GMO-free zones. This is very important to ensure that we protect our varieties. Okay. Next slide. And I think we are coming to an end. We have come to an end. Dr. Ulu was telling me that I should wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give one more round of applause? As I welcome Mr. Emmanuel Atamba, who will be moderating the panel discussion. Atamba is a program coordinator of the Route to Food, which is a program under HBF, Heinrich Ball Foundation. And he is a former student of mine as well. So.
Asante Daktari. Good afternoon. Yeah, I think it's getting a bit late. Can we get some light here now? Asante. So my name is Emmanuel Atamba, coordinator Route to Food. And I was Daktari's student. I didn't score an A, but I think I'm surviving well. So, I don't know if the panelists are here, but I'll just call, especially Madam Juma and Ms. Anne Maina. You are already here. Please, you can join me here on the panel. And as they come, is Mr. Musyoki around from Calro? Yes, please. Karibu sir. We clap for them as they come, otherwise they will not come. Yeah, and Mr. Ombalo from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Dr. Gloria Otieno from SIAT. Is she in? Okay. Yes, there is Mr. Kimani from Seed Savers Network. Karibu sana sir. Pigieni ye makofi. And then Mr. Francis Ngiri, who is a farmer. This is the most important person in the room. Can we clap for the farmer? Yeah, asante. I'm also a farmer myself, so and I think it's the most noble profession. And whether we like it or not, most of us are going to die as farmers. Sindio? The titles of coordinator and daktari and professor are not going to be there. We are all just going to be in a certain village somewhere after eating some bananas. So I think it's very important that we start practicing the things that we are talking about here. So I'll, because in the context of time, I'll just run this very quickly within 40 minutes so that we are able to capture some of the things that were not captured from Madam Juma's presentation and Anne Maina's presentation. So, and I invite those ones who are far to come closer. So, as an icebreaker, very quickly, only 3 people get to introduce themselves. Yeah, I have introduced yourselves, but you get to introduce yourself if you answer this question faster than the rest of the panelists. What is a seed? The microphone, please.
Seed is the origin of life.
Great. Have you agreed? Yes. Any other definition? Very quickly.
Any vegetative part of a plant.
Any vegetative part of a plant or animal. Do we have our last professor in the panel? Wengine watakuwa ni watu wa mkono sasa. Yes. What is a seed?
I can say it's the basic unit of production.
Basic unit of?
Production.
Crop production. Correct. And I think also animal production. Okay. Mr. Ombalo, do you want to contribute to that? You have a different definition. Yes.
Good evening again.
I think I wanted to leave that to the hardcore scientists because I wanted to talk more about policy and enabling environment, but I think I'm in agreement that seed is basically any genetic material that can be used for reproduction. Yes.
Asante sana. Thank you. Because if you have noticed, the two presentations from Ms. Anne Maina and Madam Gentrix Juma are a bit different. And I think one of the questions that you will ask yourself when you listen to the two presentations is, what is a good seed? And what is quality seed? Because that is, I think, where the biggest debate is. And I think I want to start with the farmer here. Just passing the mic. I want to start with the farmer here to tell us what is the current status of the seed market and what is actually happening around, seed issues in the market, and what do you understand to be a good seed yourself?
Okay, I'll start with the last one. A good seed should be a health seed which can germinate and reproduce. What I understand about the seed market, current seed market situation, is a reserve for the breeders, and but for ordinary farmers, it is criminalized. I should not sell my seeds, and if I have to, I have to undergo a lot of rigorous activities to do so. Yes.
So that is the current status. And what is it doing to a farmer like you? What challenges do you face as a farmer when you are looking to access seeds? And do you keep all your seeds, or do you buy some of your seeds?
Okay, I buy some of the seeds, but I cannot get all the seeds I would like to farm. In fact, 80% of the seeds I'm using we have been saving them ourselves. And I believe also these certified seeds, they call certified seeds, they also use us. There was once I was a grower contracted by Egerton to produce some bean seeds. So it is also farmers who we are used by those breeders to produce seeds, but when we do that ourselves, it becomes now a criminal thing. So if you have to understand what happens. Okay. Yes.
So I'll go to Mr. Ombalo to weigh in. What is the biggest debate about seeds? Because there's a lot of debate outside, and some of the things flying around, some of them are true, some of them are not true, some of them are factual, some of them are emotional. Tell us from where you sit at the policy docket in the ministry. Where do you see the debate coming from?
Thank you again. Allow me to just weigh in on what good seed in my view is. Seed that meets acceptable quality parameters, which may be defined from very many angles. One angle being those that are set in law, which then have to be enforced as a public good for the benefit of everybody, just like we want that the water we are taking here, we don't have to bother about where it has come from, because there are certain specifications and quality parameters and enforcements that lead us to trust the water. But there are also other quality parameters which the user themselves can define within certain limits, and therefore when we talk about good quality seed, it should be both those parameters from a policy perspective. The biggest debate in my view, of course, is the very current issues about GMO, which is very current, but the long-standing debate, in my view, from a policy perspective, has been how then can we be able to provide an enabling environment that facilitates access to quality and affordable seed by the farmer. And there are very many issues to this in terms of approaches and systems, some borrowed, some which have grown with us, and which have been delivering. And from a policy perspective, we require a proper mix that would ensure that all those systems, some which have been tested, like when we refer to the informal seed sector, is guided by law. We also know that the bulk of the seed, if you leave out maize, are in the informal seed sector, what we have been referring to now as farmer-managed seed systems, and each of them need to work hand in hand to ensure that the farmer gets quality, affordable seed. Yes.
Okay, asante sana. So, and I want to go to Mr. Musyoki from Calro. Calro is doing a lot of research, and part of the questions that are being asked is, do farmers who are the original owners of some of these genetic resources benefit? Maybe you can weigh in. I don't know if it's in your portfolio to say how they benefit and how you work with farmers and how you make sure that they also enjoy from this. But also just weigh in this conversation. You know, Mr. Ngiri has said something here that is very serious. You know, one time when the county assembly guys were fighting here in Nairobi, someone said it is criminal, you know, and he has said that farmers are being criminalized. That is what he has said. And these are some of the things that are being said outside there. What is the biggest, according to you, where is the difference? Because from the presentation from KEFIS, it is very clear on, you know, what is the process and who follows the process and for what objective. But on the other side, you know, there's a lot of complaint and this story about criminalization. I don't know. Maybe you can weigh in.
Thank you for that. I think I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank the organizers of this kind of forum, because this is where the seed and culture are converging. I think for the first time, we have been talking about seed and commercialization and things like that. And this is what brings actually the difference between the two, because first of all, we have the culture and our genetic resources that we need to retain in their formal way. And also we have the commercialization part of it, which we have also to embrace and of course interact with the rest of the world. And when it comes to the food security, we have also to embrace the current technologies so that we improve on our food security. So this is where the two of them meet, and of course we need to come to some understanding, because to me the biggest debate on this one, we are not debating seed. When we are talking about the seed, you have to talk about the quality assurance. When you are going to plant, you have to be sure of what is that you are going to plant. Are you going to get what you want when it comes to maybe germination, when it comes to the yields and things like that? And this is what now brings the difference, because when we are talking about certified seed, this is whereby we have the standards already set, not only by KEFIS, but of course entrenched in the law, in the laws of Kenya Cap 326, and of course we follow the international. They follow the international standards. But of course now on the other side, we need also to look at our indigenous crops, our indigenous varieties, the germ plasm which we need to maintain, and of course we need also those people to be given room. And as you ask, now Caro this is where they are playing, and they are coming in between to ensure that for the farmer maintains and also benefits from the this kind of genetic germplasm what they have. And my sister here, actually, Dr. Lusiki, she's the one heading that division to ensure that the farmers, and she talked passionately about guavas, and of course that she gave as an example, that how the farmers are benefit some of these indigenous crops and varieties. And of course we are ready to work with them to ensure that that benefits trickles to their level. But of course, as we balance the need to embrace the technology and improve production per unit area.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go to my friend Mr. Kimani, and I'll change the question a bit, because it has been I think you are revising that question because it has been answered a lot here. But do you think from Seed Savers Network perspective, because I know Seed Savers Network does a lot of work, you know, empowering farmers on how to save their seed, how they can keep them well, so that you ensure that the quality is also consistent and all that. Do you think that there is a possibility for coexistence between the commercial seed sector and the farmer-managed seed systems? And what, in your view, you know, will that kind of situation look like?
Okay, thank you. And I think that is let me say, my favorite question, in that that has been the position, that the two systems should coexist, but that is just in text, but not in reality. Because based on how the laws are crafted, I was very happy to listen to her when she was presenting. And of course, from there, you can see from a distance, like there is a possibility for the two systems to coexist. But when you just analyze it clearly, you find that it's only skewed to the commercial seed sector. Meaning at the end of the day, for instance, you're talking about the farmers managed seed system contributing to over 80%, and the other one around 20%. So at the end of the day, there are some crops that farmers cannot get, even from seed saving. Talk of spinach and other vegetables. They cannot get from seed saving, and I don't think there is any problem with that if they can access that from the commercial seed sector. But now what happens if what is prioritized and given attention is only to the few that are provided by the commercial seed sector? So I know it's a dilemma, and it's not easy, but if we have a working model to ensure that, for instance, as she talked about, that in Kenya, if you follow the UPOV treaty, you're not allowed to own an ecotype or any variety of common knowledge. Do we even have a database or inventory for our indigenous crops? For instance, if I like to know what has been registered, I'll just go to the national variety list, which is provided by KEFIS. If I like to know, for instance, what Dr. Nyamongo was presenting, the accessions that were there, where can we get that? So there is that bit of, we need to harmonize the laws that are there in the country to ensure that as far as we are talking of the two systems to coexist, we are also fair enough to ensure that we are not killing the farmers managed seed system.
Okay, asante. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I think very good issues are coming across, and I just felt that probably I may need to talk about some of the issues raised with regard to what government or ministry is doing, in particular in terms of creating an enabling environment for a vibrant seed subsector. And the question of coexistence, which you have posed, actually the two systems have been coexisting, because we have an informal and a formal seed sector. The only thing which we all agree is that when it came to the law has attended more to the formal seed sector, where we have variety evaluation, variety and release, seed certification, and then of course plant variety protection.
But Mr. Ngiri also wants the law to address his seeds.
Yes. That's what I want to speak to. And be it, as it has been said, the ministry has a policy, the national seed policy of 2010. We are actually currently reviewing that policy. And the meeting you are referring to, where you're asking where was the farmer, we actually had KENAF representing the farmers. It was a small team, but we are going to reach out to everybody, and we have actually been collecting contacts here of important actors. But what I wanted to say is this: that national seed policy of 2010 actually did recognize that we have a dual system. However, in the actionable areas or the interventions, there was lack of clarity as to how we can grow the informal seed sector or the farmer managed seed system. Our review, which we are currently doing, is going to mainstream the farmer managed seed systems, and we have already gotten models that work, including from our neighboring countries, and going forward, we are going to be discussing with the various stakeholders. Secondly, just a small thing, we need to understand that when we have a PVP system akin to the one we have under the Seed Act, the CAP 326, it is meant for varieties on which improvements have been done. And the proprietary rights of the breeder pertain to those improvements. But any other protection, be it communal for the or farmers in general, are actually supposed to be based on an access and benefit sharing arrangement. We do not as yet have an ABS system for crops that are important for food and agriculture. Right now we are relying on legal notice number 160 under the Environmental Management Coordination Act, which is based on the CBD and Nagoya. We want a system that is based on the RTPGRF, the FAO treaty. And we have agreed, and we have a draft which we have been working on so that we can secure, because even the MCA regulations actually exempt those crops which are important for food and agriculture. So this will be under the ABS, and farmers can then be able to protect what they have been in custody of through material transfer agreements and mutually agreed terms and even prior informed consents, so that then they can be able to benefit from what they have.
Thank you, Mr. Mbalo. Please give the mic to Madam Juma. Just quickly, because I know you made a long presentation already, but from KEFI's perspective, because all these questions about farmers not enjoying their rights to sell their seeds come back to your office, you know, and because I think it's, from where I sit, it's a funny situation, because I think you are very clear that you are regulating the commercial seed sector. But the questions and the complaints from farmers and from people who are championing for a farmer-managed seed system still come to you. What is the plan to clearly separate in terms of the legislation, so that, for example, I have seen county governments who have in their CIDPs to say that we are going to support indigenous vegetables, but because the seed market or the legal arrangement around seeds does not allow them to even allow farmers to aggregate and sell at scale even managu seeds and mchicha seeds. You know, I like to be very basic with the conversations. So at what point will KEFIs carry their hands up and say, you know what, I think we cannot handle this pressure anymore? Because where does it end? And what is the coexistence looking like for you guys?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think what I can be able to indicate is KEFIS as an institution is a service provider. And a service provider means that the main stakeholders is the farmers and the other important players. So for us as an institution, it's for us to look at the law. We come together, the way we are coming together here, we identify the gaps. Then when we identify the gaps, we put the gaps in the regulations or in the laws. Then now from there, KEFIS will be able now to operate within that framework. Because KEFIS as an institution does not come up with its own regulations or a law. Depending on the need of the farmers, depending on the need of the stakeholders, we sit together as stakeholders, then we come up with the law, the regulations that works for us. Now, when it comes to the issue of having a dual system, so long as we can be able to sit together as the stakeholders and we come up with the regulations that is going to govern the dual system and ensure that the end product is we can be able to feed ourselves as a country. So if at all we can be able to see the end, then now we can be able to work backwards and see what are the gaps, what are the regulations we want to put in place so that we can be able to achieve what we want. So KEFIS as an institution is open for all the sectors. Even right now, as we go through the
the policy review is a direction. So whichever the direction that the sector is going to agree on, then KEFIS as an institution will align itself to provide the service that the farmer wants. I think that's what I can be.
You talked about whether farmers are represented or not in these policy discussions. Who has this mandate to represent farmers? And how would you qualify farmer representation in this policy process that is happening?
Thank you, Atamba. The policy representation of farmers would include maybe farmers themselves. We have farmers like Ngiri here, and Dominic, who works with the farmers, and ourselves who've been working to support the farmer managed seed systems. And you've seen we've made a proposal which we are going to share. It's quite a huge document on some of the things that we are really concerned about in terms of recognition and how we can ensure quality assurance, issues of phytosanitary in the context of farmer managed seed systems. Because one of the things that we often get called out upon is that farmer seed is not clean, it's full of disease and all that. But how do we work together with even the regulator, KEFIS, and the repository to ensure that the seed remains clean and we can be able to protect the farmers, because the farmers have so much, and it's very important for biodiversity for us to have this within our system and not lose them. So we need to support them, and we can have the farmers, and the farmers, people who work with the farmers, like Biba Kenya.
And maybe while at it, before I come back to the farmer here, is it, I think maybe even if we just focus today from Madam Juma's presentation, is it clear what the mandate and the role of KEFIS is doing? And is it clear the importance of regulating the commercial seed sector before we start talking about the farmer seed sector? Because I try to understand the ball of contention in the regulations, because the regulations are supposed to regulate the commercial seed sector as currently structured, if I'm not wrong. Do we appreciate that role, that if we do not regulate the commercial seed sector, then we see a lot of forgeries, we see a lot of counterfeit seeds getting into the market. And I think even as KEFIS is trying to do whatever they are doing, there are still counterfeits. But can we say that whatever they are doing is completely wrong, or does it have a specific purpose? So that then now we can have a conversation on how do we amplify, how do we add to that?
Definitely KEFIS has a role. It was set up to regulate, especially the commercial, and we have seen, as you say, cases of rogue interests out there who color maize and say this is a particular hybrid, or even what they call fake seed. So the role and responsibility of KEFIS remains what we call for the farmers.
Yeah, let me come back to the farmer. Your interactions, you said that you buy about 20% of commercial seed. Your interaction with that, and what can you say about the quality of, the quality management process of the seeds? Have you had incidences of buying seeds from the shop that have not performed the way they're supposed to perform? Do you feel, protected as a buyer in the current market, the way it is structured, when you buy the seeds that you can't grow yourself?
Okay, I was begging first to add to what Anne has said. The problem, what you had asked her about being a farmer being involved in decision making. I believe this is where the problem is, because I remember when I was coming here, you identify yourself as a farmer. So it is the cheapest profession to get in. You only need a djembe to be a farmer. So anybody here can claim to be a farmer and it is accepted. But now, you see, and you can participate in any engagement concerning farmers, and we will be told farmers who are involved. Now this is what should be thought. Who is this farmer you are talking about? But not general. A word farmer is a very general thing. So I believe there should be a way to identify those farmers you are talking about here, who are oppressed. That is very important. I come back now to what you have said about the quality of the farmers' safety seeds. I believe that farmers saved seeds have been of high quality for thousands of years. Otherwise, they could not have been conserved for all this long if they were of poor quality. So the only thing is, no one has decided to certify that. And because I also believe it is farmers who are used by a breeder to multiply seeds. He is only monitored and produced. So he can also be monitored to produce seeds of indigenous food of high quality. But maybe someone somewhere doesn't want to certify. But you know, my grandmother has very good bananas, and it is of high quality. People come from neighborhood to buy, but only that someone doesn't want to go and certify her, it will be uncertified seeds.
But Ms. Angiri,
Yes.
now because we are talking about it here now,
Yes.
why do you want someone to come and certify and to come and monitor you and to apply this rigorous mechanism and while you can do it? Are you able to share seeds with your neighbors? Are you able to sell seeds? If I come to buy seeds from you now, will we be arrested?
Yes, as per the law. If you are caught by Kevin's people, you will be arrested because it is against the law. So if that law, if we amend that law, and maybe a very simple thing, we have seed banks, we have farmers groups, we have seed banks, we do all the tests, a certifier come and certify that we are doing the right thing, and farmers, nowadays farmers are not like those ones who, okay, you simplify all those sanitary terms in English, I mean, those complex names in English, kizungu kidogo. You simplify for the farmers. You understand very easily, and we can be producing seeds of very high quality the way is expected. And so far, even if we are talking that, we have not had any research done to say that there is famine in the country because there were seeds of poor quality from the farmers who supply 80%. It is rains which are affecting us. Thank you.
Asante. So maybe I just get a quick response from Madam Juma. Is it true that if we exchange seeds now outside the tent there, we are going to be arrested? Yes, and then you will just yes or no.
Yeah, because I also wanted to get something from her, in that I was also waiting for the opportunity so that I can also raise my concern when you say that KEFIS, so far as it is supposed to somehow control the commercial seeds. But I would like to point out two things in the seed law. First, when you define the word sell, it encompasses one, exchange, sharing, and barter. I'm not sure whether a seed company will be doing that. Those are practices, traditional practices that are done by farmers. So starting from there, if you agree that we're having some gaps in terms of the seed laws, and it becomes a crime or is an offense for farmers to share exchange based on the definitions, and if you proceed, you find that there is also that bit of even farmers selling unindexed or registered seeds, then the question now to her is, when she is clarifying that, we should be able to be clear in terms of whether that definition fits in the farmers managed seed system, or how did it find itself there?
Okay, yeah, and then as she does that, you can start giving your way forward so that we can quickly close and then have a few questions from there.
I think what I can be able to indicate, under the Seed Act, the farmers are allowed to exchange seed among themselves on a small scale. Now, the law that you are not supposed to do is, you remember when I was making my presentation, there were two categories of seed. Now, the categories of seed that is supposed to be under seed certification, compulsory seed certification, is where now the farmers are not supposed to do it on a commercial scale. Because because end of the day, the government is supposed to ensure that when you offer that seed for sale, the quality is ascertained. But at that particular point, there is no ascertainment that a seed you are selling, it is over the said standard. So that is why it is always important for us to understand that if you are offering for commercialization, then the quality of that seed has to be ascertained. Now, when it comes to ascertaining the quality of seed, then we have to know where did the seed originate. That is why, even right now, that is why it's always important for us to have the documentation. Because even right now, when we say that we have our indigenous seed, we have not documented. So that is why for Kenya as a nation, it agreed that there was very important species that it was important for us to ascertain from the time the variety is bred, so that we can be able to follow it up, so that if we want to commercialize, also the quality is supposed to be ascertained. But the farmers are allowed to exchange among themselves for their own use, but not for commercial purposes. Now, when it comes to the
question.
Yes, I have answered the question. I've said that if the farmer can be able to use that seed on their own farm on a small scale. But now for you to go to another farmer, the quality of that seed is not ascertained, so you are not allowed. Because if you let's assume even potato, Irish potato, why are we having a problem with the Irish potato? Because of that exchange. Because there's some of the species that we have that they really carry, especially they carry pests and diseases. So for us, for the country to ensure that quality is ascertained, that process of seed certification is very important. Yes, yeah.
Okay, yes, I think they want to respond. Yeah, briefly
Okay.
as we get to the questions.
Yeah, just to follow up on the debate and the discussion, because it's a good one. What we are doing as Caro, first of all, let's know there is the seed, as she has said, on exchange, and which is allowed. I think this is not a problem. But the moment you start thinking of profits, now that changes the landscape, because at that time, when you are making profit, these people who are just bad people will also enter into that market and start maybe putting what you are selling, calling colors and things like that. And from there you get what is offered in the market for profit, then is not the true one. So there are those chances of that. And that's when I'm sure KEFIs were put in place to ensure those standards are put such that somebody can follow from the beginning up to the end where the seed came from and its quality. Now, when it comes to Caro, on the other hand, we are encouraging actually what my dear farmers are saying, and we are saying some of the germplasm that we have, and they have been presented here since morning, you can come and then talk to us, and we can even license you to go and do production of the same. And then from there, of course, you have to notify the KEFIs at that stage, because it's your material. And then from there, so long as the quality, that part of quality is looked at and declared, then of course you are allowed to that. So Caro, we have that system, and we are working with the farmers, actually a group of farmers. We are telling them to organize yourselves, and then from there we license you, we give you the varieties, and then from there they are certified, and then from there you are able now to market within the group and within the village. Thank you.
Okay, asante. So Mr. Mbala, as you respond, you know he's talking about profit. Are farmers just supposed to have fun in the shamba, or they are supposed to also make profit? So because when you say,
Yes.
when you do it commercially, then it is illegal. Then we are just supposed to enjoy playing in the soil.
Let me put it like this. They claim that it is illegal and criminal to sell or exchange seed. And we have acknowledged the fact that 80% of the seed, other than maize, these others, most of the varieties that we saw out there are actually exchanged. It begs the question, how many farmers have been taken to court and convicted, which you know, which you read in the papers. I would expect 80% of the farmers who are exchanging seed should be having court cases. That is not the case. The problem that we have, and we have acknowledged, is the fact that we have not provided for a framework from a policy perspective to support and grow the informal seed sector. Farmers are exchanging seed and nobody is taking them to court. Yeah? Yeah, so that is the fact of the matter. And the safeguard is this, and I had to put it very clearly to you. Suppose everybody was bottling water and there was no quality assurance that this has gone through KEBS and it has met the standards. Would you be comfortable taking it? And would you mind if everybody jumped into this business and there is no way of ascertaining whether this is genuine water and this one? Actually, people will even lose trust in this. So the biggest fear we have, and rightly so, is that if you open up without the proper systems in place and safeguards, everybody may become a seed seller to the detriment of the farmer, because then everybody will turn to government and ask you, what assurance are you giving us? And we know the behavior of Kenyans. Even with the law, you have already pointed out that some are breaking the law. With the law, some are faking seed. So if you opened and said, no formal seed sector, anybody can do seed, then you know the kind of scenario we may erode the gains that we have. Okay. So what we are working towards is to move systematically to ensure that we safeguard the benefits of the formal seed sector, but also grow the informal seed sector, so that there is some science that can be introduced in that sector. There is some order that can be introduced, so that most of this seed we are trading under the table as produce can be brought on the table with some quality assurance systems in a farmer seed, managed seed system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Asante. And Maina, quickly respond to that. And then if there are any questions, can I see questions? 2 questions? Any 2 burning questions from the audience?
Okay, I can start with mine. Mine is a question to Dr. Mbalo and Kefis. He's spoken very well about the lack of framework, but one of the issues we have is the act, as Gentrix, as earlier was presenting. She talked of some weaknesses within the act in terms of the recognition of the so-called informal or the farmer managed seed systems. And for me is to find out what is the process of reviewing this. I know maybe you were in Naivasha the other day, but what are the next steps or plans so that we work together and move together?
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure the rapporteur is taking note of that also for when we are talking about the way forward, remember also as we close. But
I can quickly speak to that.
You can quickly speak to that, but I want to see if there are any other questions from the audience. Is there a question from the audience?
Thanks. Sorry, just one question. To all the panelists, there is this system called Quality Declared Seeds, or QDS. Is that, and there are countries that have sort of adopted that. Is that a system that they think can work here in Kenya as we talk about the 2 parallel systems working together?
Okay, thank you, Daktari. Can we get another question so that...
Thanks so much. My name is Venta. I work with Africa Biodiversity Network. My question is to my friend, the third from this side, and it's in regards to, you talked about having the 2 systems working together, and you talked about the review that is currently happening in your organization. My question is, were the farmers consulted, or was there a participation whereby the farmers gave their opinion in the process that is happening now?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you can reinforce that, but that was already discussed, but you can just reinforce as you talk about also what are the next steps and who is going to be involved.
Asante sana. Swali langu ni kwa dada wa kutoka KEFIS. Naitwa Ruth Ng'ang'a kutoka Thika, na vile ameeleza ya kwamba mbegu kuna kiasi kile mkulima ambao anahitajika kuwa nacho. Kama mimi niko na shamba Thika na niko na familia Nairobi, ni kiasi gani cha mbegu ambacho nitaruhusiwa kubeba in seed form ambacho hakitaniweka kwenye matatizo?
Asante. So can we respond to these specific questions? Very briefly, I think brief responses so that we can, yeah.
Okay, I can just comment on what my dear sister here has asked about CARO, and this one just to clarify a bit on the CARO licensing system. This is whereby CARO develops, their first mandate is to develop new varieties that are suitable for various agroecological zones. Now, these varieties, when they are developed, the tradition has been to license to the commercial companies, those who go and produce and, of course, market to the farmers. But also we are saying now, the current thing is, when we have a group of farmers and it's working, they come to us, we have licensed them, and then from there they go through the normal mandatory standards of KFIS which are set on the law, and then from there they're able to produce seed and also market among themselves. That's what current approach with the CARO to ensure that at least the local farmers are involved by obtaining license from CARO.
Asante. And Madam Juma, as you respond to the question that was asked to you, I think Mr. Musyoki is saying that farmers can market amongst themselves. And I find, for example, that system you're explaining would have a bit of issues with the KFI system, where they're saying commercial, no, only for your own use. So I want her to respond if she is in agreement with this kind of system, because this is what these farmers are asking for example.
Yeah, maybe to expound further, what is there is when we license you, first of all, you must be a registered a group, and the licensing means you have to be a seed merchant through by the KFI's office, because it's entrenched in the law. And when you are planting the seed, because there are standard ways of producing the seed, then of course the regulators are supposed to be informed accordingly. This is just where the aim is just to take away from the seed production by the big commercial companies, just to make sure that the farmers can now, with the new approach, get involved, but follow the normal law. That's the approach we have.
Okay, thank you.
I think I'll be able to answer the issue of the processes that is going on when it comes to the seed policy review. I think the Constitution states very clearly, but for any legal instrument to be reviewed, there will be stakeholders' engagement. Now, when it means the stakeholders' engagement, what does it mean? It means that all of us, we are going to be involved. And the law has gone even further and say all the counties, they are going to be involved. So it means that the group that is going to be involved, they are just going to do the coordination part of it. But they will move from county to county to get the view. Now, sometimes when it comes to farmers' representation, in the county, it will be an open forum. You as a farmer, you can come in person. Because sometimes when you want to say that farmer representation, the other person will feel, this person does not represent me. The other person will feel, this farmers organization does not represent me. Because we don't have any one organization that represents all the farmers. Because farmers have different needs. So it's not possible. So what I want just to indicate for us is all the stakeholders, including the farmers, who's the most important stakeholders, they are going to be involved in this process of the review. But now, before the process of the review starts, people have to meet, look for the resources, look for how best we can be able to go around it. That's why the ministry always spearhead, Ministry of Agriculture, always spearhead the review under their legal wing. Now, I think, let's make it clear, everybody is going to be involved, and it's going to be done at the county level. And you shall be informed when that time comes. I think that one should be clear for each one of us. Now, when it comes to the issue of carrying seed, first of all, where did we get that seed? Is it the seed yours? Yes, if although it's a seed yours, you are carrying from one farm to another one, that is you are using on your own farm. That is fine. Now, when it comes to the issue of commercialization, that one we have been able to explain. I don't want to dwell on that, but another issue was the quality declared seed. Now, when it comes to quality declared seed, most of this term is used in
we say that we don't want to call it informal, but allow me to use informal in quote. They always use so that after it has gone through minimum standard, then you can be able to declare the quality. But in other countries, it's called true to label. So it means that if at all my seed is 50% germinating, I will declare that my seed is 50 germination percentage, and I'll attach a cost on it. So that when the farmer buys that seed, they know that my seed is 50%, and I will pay for that 50%. The only time, most of the time, allow me to use that, maybe not all our farmers will be able to make that decision. That is why the government put a minimum standard. If at all its base is 90, so that the farmer is not going to do the maths. That now, if at all it's 50%, which population am I going to use? How much am I supposed to pay this person? So that is why we don't use true to label. But if at all we shall reach at that particular point where the farmers we can be able to make a decision ourselves, then that one is also going to be allowed, so that we can be able to label our seed depending on the quality. If it's 50%, we say 50%. I think because of the time I can be able to end at that. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but I think the farmer was asking what quantity, because and I think it's a gray area that we need to really be clear, because when we talk about commercial, that commercial is not allowed, and a small scale is allowed. What is the scale we are talking about?
Now, sorry, I didn't answer that. In our regulation, where we are doing the review, we are stating who's a small scale farmer. And when we are stating who will be a small-scale farmer, we shall state the size of the farm, and also we shall go up to the extent, the species. Because sometimes 1 kg of pasture and 1 kg of maize is not the same. So under our regulations, what we are doing, we are documenting all our traditional species that we have. Then we are going to state who's a small-scale farmer, and we are going to categorize the species, so that is very clear. Yeah, that is something that is being done.
Okay,
yeah.
Through public participation again.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Asante.
Yes, yeah.
So, were there any? There are other questions?
Yeah, there was one more question here.
Yes.
Here.
Yeah, Mr. Mbalo, you can chip in briefly. Yeah.
Very well answered. Really, policy, legal reforms, and even regulations is the reason for existence of the ministry at the national level in accordance with our Constitution 2010, and therefore we drive that process normally. In fact, I am normally very central to the driving of that process, and I want to assure that other than the farmers whom we are going to be meeting when we do county consultations, we have also planned to, we have actually stratified the stakeholders, and they are partners, like at the NGO level, and even research, even breeders, whom we have categorized, and we are going to have meetings specifically, we call them key stakeholder meetings, to assist, shape, and get the issues that should inform the review of the policy. And it is that then will be taken down to the counties for further input from the farmers, and farmers themselves will come, and we will normally categorize counties, cluster them, and we give opportunity to all farmers. In fact, we insist that the bulk, because the key industry stakeholders will have already been met at other levels, the bulk of those participants must be farmers. I wanted to point out, in addition to what they have said, in response to the demand for quality declared seed, actually when we were reviewing the seed regulations in 2016, we provided for another category of class called standard seed that has more relaxed certification measures, so that progressively we can open up. There are fewer inspections, and some of those inspections can be authorized so that they are done by the person being inspected through authorization, so that we make it cheaper, more affordable, and also to respond to the needs of the seed producers, even if they are farmers. So I think I thought it was important to add that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Ms. Angiri here wanted to respond. Maybe give him the mic as we get the last question, and then he will respond and then give his closing remarks, and then we finish.
Okay. What I wanted to say is to support what he has just said, that something has to be done for our sins to be recognized or to be protected, because the madam when she was presenting saying that most of the indigenous sins are common, she said concept, something, it's very common and it cannot be protected. And maybe the 80% we are talking, going to the market, is those ones which cannot be protected. So for us to have food increase in this country, something has to be done, including quality declared seed standards, the standard test, everything which is possible to make our seeds available to us. Because the biggest challenge in Kenya is lack of access to seed for a farmer. Okay. Yes. Okay. That's what we would ask as farmers.
Asante sana. Ann Maina? Yes. Oh, there's, yes, please ask the question.
Okay, my name is Leon Njoroge. I come from Kirinyaga County. And my questions will be more of protection of our indigenous seed. We are asking the government which measures are they taking to protect our seed, because we have seen in a very short period, maybe 10 years, a difference of 10 years, our indigenous seed are disappearing in a very high rate. The other question is, which measures are they putting when it comes to seeds that are coming in the country compared to what is in the country? We are realizing that we are having too much seeds coming from outside and versus what we have. What are they doing to balance? Okay. Again, the third one, I'm coming from an area where we used to have like the rice scheme, and you could feel the smell of Mwea Pishori when you are about hundreds of kilometers. You could feel you could smell the Pishori. What are they doing? Because these things, they are slowly going down. Again, we came into a time where we are just being introduced to chemicals from all corners. Yeah. And our indigenous seed are perishing when they are spraying. Some, at 56 years old, this country is very young to start using all kind of chemicals. Some of these things are food. They are not magugu like you call them. We are told of GMO. GMO is coming. We are going to plant them. What is going to happen to our insects? Yeah. We have got bees, which are part of ecosystem. The government need to tell us what is going to happen to us finally. Do you have food bank? Because if we are overwhelmed with what is coming, what next for Kenya? Thank you.
Okay, asante. I think you can respond to that in your closing statements, because I think what she has expressed is what a lot of people are concerned. But I think the perfume moved from the farm, Mwea, to the market. They are spraying the perfume in the market. So we are enjoying the smell in the market. Sorry that you guys are missing it at home. But it is still smelling the same. So on a light note, but you know, it's very clear the issue. So yeah. And as you finish, you know, there is a camera here that is recording. So also provide some very nice wisdom that people can listen to 10 years from now on what is the way forward for you, and what would you like to the future to look like.
Yes, my final submission is indigenous sins are very important and should be protected by whoever has the interest of this country at heart. Everything should be done to make sure that our indigenous sins are safe and conserved. And whether there is a law prohibiting farmers from selling their own sins and no one has been arrested is true. The law is there even if it has not been implemented. We have even challenged it in the court of law. So it is there. And when the dog is there, and even if it has not bitten you, you cannot feel safe. So something has to be done for a farmer to feel that being a farmer is proud. Today, if you want your child to stop, to refuse to study, tell him or her that you are going to be a farmer in the future. She won't study anymore because he can see how I've been working and I'm poor throughout. That's my final submission. Take care of farmers so that farmers can produce for this country. Thank you.
Asante. We can clap as we finish. That is very powerful. Yes,
Thank
but
you.
I don't think you are poor. Yes, let's
You're
continue.
very rich. My parting shot is this conversation is very much timely, and I'm happy that we are seated here with Dr. Mbalo and Kefis and are able to have this conversation. And I hope from here we'll be able to sit together, change this informal to farmer managed, and look at those controversial aspects so that for the good of our farmers, because you and I are fed by 80% of the seed sourced from the smallholder farmer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to say we have heard you, and always we put into consideration the views that we have had. We are still going to afford you more opportunities so that you can be able to contribute in shaping up the laws and the policies that we are doing. I want to say that protection of local germplasm, including farmer seeds, is critical to food security in this country. And that is why we are developing an ABS framework. As we wait for that framework, which we are going to engage you in, I want to propose that farmers are encouraged through partners that they are working with to even establish local gene banks, where you can be able at the local level to store and exchange seed. Nothing stops you in law from doing that. As a matter of fact, I can count for you some gene banks which have already been established, local gene banks which have already been established. Those who can be able to link with the National Gene Bank, we can also conserve local material from there so that we have it for future use. I also wanted to point out just from a question about importation of seed. Actually, the more seed we receive from this country, the richer we are in terms of biodiversity. I can assure you that even the maize we boast about did not originate from Kenya. It came from somewhere. If it was not coming from somewhere, and if we did not allow it, we would not be having it in Kenya, even the rice. So exchange of material across the globe is important for global food security. The only important thing is that we need to have it done in a structured manner so that we take care of phytosanitary issues, we take care of biopiracy and other problems that may come with exchange of seed, but it is encouraged. In fact, because of that, that is why we have very many varieties in Kenya where farmers have a choice to make because seed can come in. So I want to encourage that you should not have fear over that, and we are ready to work with you, and the government is listening, and please, when we call you, come and participate and give us your views so that we have a law that speaks to your needs. Thank you very much.
Asante.
Thank you. Mine, I would like to say, as Caro, we are working with farmers, we are working with farmer groups to ensure conservation of our genetics in the country, and to ensure that it's improved, because our work is to make sure that the genetics that's available locally is improved. And just to follow up on that, what has been asked about the Pishori, I would like to say, actually what you are getting in Mwea is just not only Pishori, but we have improved the Pishori to a better product, which is higher yielding, but giving the same aroma, called Komboka. This is just an example of many other products that we are doing the same, adding value to what is existing. So we are working on that. Don't think what was there yesterday or other years is what you get. What you are getting is improved, and we will continue improving on this, and then making sure that it's available to you in a regulated way. I would also like to say that we know in the country we have the indigenous vegetables, indigenous fruits and things like that, which are not much utilized. I would like to call all of us as stakeholders. We try to make these products popular. We make sure that they are consumed, because the farmer always makes money when there's profit margin on it. Let's not forget that. So the moment they are consumed, the more farmers are likely to avail them in the market, and the more they are going to be consumed, and the farmer will be make money out of it. So I call all of us as stakeholders in this forum that we promote. We used to eat millet, sorghums during those days. What happened to our forefathers? They used to feed on them. Today, you will agree with me, our children do not take it. What will happen to our children? That jamplers will disappear. But it is us, we need to take that mandate to promote those indigenous products. Thank you.
I think this has been the most interactive fora that I really have to appreciate the organizers for us to bring us together, so that we really have to have an interactive fora, so that we can put our heads together, so that we can be able to improve our seed sector. KEFIS as an institution, we are a service provider. We serve the farmers and all the stakeholders that the government has given us mandate to serve. So as an institution, we are ready to interact at different fora, so that we can be able to ensure that the quality assurance meets the farmers' need and meets all the stakeholders. So we are flexible, and if at all there's any aspects of seed quality, either for agriculture inputs or plant material that we need more information, please feel free to contact us, and we are going to engage at that level, so that at the end of the day, what we are looking at, we are looking for a country that can be able to feed itself. Yeah, if at all, first of all, if at all we can be able to feed ourselves, and we can be able to provide the nutrition that we want, then now we can be able to talk about the commercialization. So I think as we sit in whichever the fora that we are going to have, let it just be the back of our mind. That is the issue that we are looking at, and if we put our heads together, we can be able to achieve that. Thank you.
Asante sana. I think the clubs are reducing as we go this way. So, Bwana, if you don't speak well, I think you will get nothing. So make sure that...
I think energy somehow is low, but let me also make my comments, and it's just a repetition of what you have been said for some time here, in that it is very clear that there are some gaps in our legal frameworks that need to be addressed. I couldn't really get a very clear answer on some issues. Meaning forward, this is a good, let me say, is a starting point for our discussions. Moving forward, I think in terms of other systems, let me also say, if you are worried that farmers' variety can be stolen, we also have other options, like open source seed system, which ensures that seeds remains as a common good, no matter who register that. And I invite all stakeholders, even the KEFIS, if you can also communicate this to other breeders, to know that if they are serving the interest of the community, to improve seed access for the farmers and also for small seed enterprises. I heard that from Carol as well, that we can as well start moving or shifting away from plant breeders' rights, which rotate around royalties. And also, maybe also I would like also to say that moving forward, we also need to think, because we know most of the varieties that farmers are having their populations, how can we shift from the DUS? I needed to get that bit of a discussion on that, because we know, because they're open pollinated, and they may not be able to qualify or pass the test. So moving forward, we need to have a discussion around that, as they also provide an alternative system for registration of farmers' varieties. Thank you.
Yeah, asante sana. Let's clap for all of them. And as they close, you know, Mr. Ngiri said something very serious, that there are people attending meetings and calling themselves farmers, and they are not farmers. I wanted to clarify, for avoidance of doubt, that I am actually a farmer. And I think we should embrace the culture of practicing what we preach, because I think that is where the biggest gap is. Also, I think I want to thank the panelists and also emphasize on the importance of everyone reading the things and understanding for themselves. I think, as Mr. Ombalo has emphasized, that there might be, from what he has said, I don't want to add my opinion, but from what he has said is that there is no law that stops you from selling your seeds. So it is also upon you as a producer, as a civil society member, as a farmer out there, as a consumer, to also read the laws and just also understand what is there. So that when we are in platforms, as they are talking about the opportunities that are there, we are able to also meaningfully contribute. And let's also speak to each other, not about each other. I think that is also very important. And I think what has been emphasized is that there is nothing for us without us. So let us involve all stakeholders, including the most important stakeholder, who is the consumer. Because after all is said and done, the consumer will pay the cost and will consume the food. So I want to thank the panel very much. Can we clap for them again? And as we stand, I also want to really thank everyone who has stayed in late for this discussion. Looking forward to a lot of interesting discussions tomorrow. Thank you very much. Back to the MC.
Thank you very much. Please, the panelists, have a glass of water so we don't waste the water. That's part of agroecology. Since it's late, I just have one announcement to make before I hand it over.